Afternoon. Welcome. Science and Tech Tuesday. Tonight we have nuclear command and control. So last week we did the nuclear triad. This week we're going to do nuclear command and control to include the shit. I just lost where I was going. To include NORAD, ATOM, nuclear launch procedures, things like Mount Weather, Virginia, which is fucking crazy, as well as places like the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. So we're going to take a trip through our nuclear command and control, since you now know what the nuclear triad is. Next week, don't listen to Dazzer, because he doesn't know anything. He's the one who fucked up that next week is we're going to build nuclear warheads. Simulated nuclear warheads, obviously. But, yeah, I'm in the process of printing a visual aid for next week. So I can show you visually how to build a nuclear warhead, as well as the science and the tech behind it. I'm stalling right now because I'm waiting for Rumble to stop being a bitch. Looks like I got my wish. For some reason, Rumble is not my friend recently. It is not my friend. And I always thought we were all friends. And Rumble doesn't love me no more? I don't think it ever did, to be honest. But I'm hoping that Rumble actually works this time. Let's see if that fixed the problem. God, I hate you, Rumble. Sometimes I just hate Rumble. I'm not even gonna lie about it. Save. Okay. Alright, I'm at a loss. I don't know what the hell Rumble's doing right now. Here, let's try and remove it. And we'll re-add it and see if that helps us. Hey, that worked. Rumble Ghetto is now online. Jacob Castro, good to see you, buddy. Over on the Rumble Ghetto. Alright, so let's get into it, and we will get on with it. Dog Mama, hello. Bad Dazza, hello, sir. Hey, Linda. Hey, Digger. Hey, man bun. Oh, there'll be plenty next week. There will be so many next week. There will be tons of nuclear advice next week. For educational purposes only, though. Jacob Castro, hello, sir. I really don't want to. Fuck McCarthy. But we can maybe throw it in. No, in real life. Just educational purposes only. Yeah, Rumble's it's been weird. It's been real weird the last couple days, so I think they have something going on. That's exactly what I did. It worked. So it's true. You can just turn it back off and turn it back on and it works. So pre-show, where I was deciding when I was going to go live and talking to my good buddy Dazza there, I was looking at ADSB Exchange. So these are all military aircraft. This is highly, highly unusual. If you've ever seen me looking and kind of poking through them before, on a random weekday night, we have between 10 and 12 planes that are visible over the United States, continental United States. There are a hell of a lot more than 10 to 12 planes visible. We also have a lot down here in the Pacific. off China. And noticeably absent is anything really over Europe at all. That's exactly what I think they're doing. Or today's a big day. The other weird thing that I thought, so we have a Brazilian, that's not uncommon. We have a C-17, we have a Canadian C-130, Super Herc. This one's kind of out of place. U.S. military C-5. If Dees is anywhere around, he knows how reliable and lovely these C5s are. So, not at all. So it's surprising that we even make it that far. We have Mexican B-738. I was trying to look for an E4. There's an LTJ, because I know there has to be one up. There's an E6. Close enough. 762. So that's a tanker. So that means they're fighters around the tanker. There's another C5. There's Canadian C-17 flying over Minnesota. But there's a lot of stuff on the East Coast. A lot of movement. There is a lot of things being moved right now. There's a 762. So that's a command and control bird. Stratotanker, so there's fighters up. There are a ton of Blackhawks, Chinooks. There's a P8. Is he running routes, or is he just, what the hell is he doing? Oh, he's running routes over Augusta. Savannah Riverside. This is odd. This is incredibly odd. King 21, the C-130, C-130. There's another tanker, so there's fighters over Kentucky. And for those who don't know, fighters don't actually show up. Not particularly, no. Fighters generally don't show up. So the only way that you'll know that there's a fighter up is if there's a 135, because those are refuelers, air refuelers. We have a P8 Poseidon, which is a sub hunter, doing routes out here by Key West. See, there's another Strato over Illinois. There's another Strato over Nebraska, or, sorry, shit, I was looking at the wrong one, over Missouri. There's another 135 over Nebraska. This is where our B2s are, and B52s. Well, B52s are a little bit west, but kind of the same general vicinity. C-17, this is all normal. Like, this kind of shit's normal. So these are trainers. So you have the Beechcraft Texans, and then you should have a couple trainer fighters. C-130. See what they got going on over the West Coast. C-17. So there's a lot moving. A lot moving. Ooh. There's an E3 Century. Nova 62. There's another Strato. Another Strato. C-130. C-17. C-17. P8 question mark? And so there's two P8s over here. There has been for like 2 weeks. They've been running routes right here, just south of Victoria, and just northwest of Everett. So in this vicinity, they're incredibly concerned that there's something out there. they've been running consistently over in that direction. So, hell no. I don't want that kind of power. So, as for Kevin McCarthy, because obviously it's a point of topic, or it's a point that everybody's concerned with, and we might as well hit it before we get started here, since we're kind of already in the mix. I think anytime that you get a Speaker of the House position or a position like that, largely you're in the business of trying to please people. You're trying to stay down the middle, please people, and make the masses happy because you want to. Just got here. Who is what? What's up, Spicy Peach? But I don't know what the hell you're talking about. So anytime you get in that kind of position, you're certainly trying to make people happy. You're trying to play the middle. You're trying to build coalitions and get people together and do all that. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know, but it's been common practice for a very long time. With that being said, I think that Congressman McCarthy is an absolute coward. I think he folded completely to people that completely overtook and took advantage of the situation. We heard the rhetoric. We heard them talking about it. We heard them making their case for it, I guess, if we can say that. But with that being said, I think that he made a very wrong move, and I think he should be vacated immediately. So, and shit, he did, didn't he? Charlie Kirk breaking motion, and this was a couple hours ago. I haven't been paying attention to it. I have a really busy week at work this week, so I haven't been as on top of things as I normally am. Motion to vacate Speaker Kevin McCarthy passes by a vote of 216 to 210. This is the first time in American history a motion to vacate has succeeded. 8 Republicans who voted against McCarthy: Gaetz, Good, Buck, Mace, Rosendale, Burchett, Biggs, and Crane. Sparks, Mills, and Davidson, ours who voted against tabling the motion, ended up voting against outing McCarthy. Here's another adage I live by. Sorry for my California fans. Never trust a Republican elected in California. Just not good. It's never good. Because you have to play the base, you have to stay to the middle, you have to be all those things. You have to be such a fence sitter. Such a fence sitter. That you'd give Hayden a run for his money. What's up, Tease? He could take the whole fence in one sitting. So, I honestly, like I said, I haven't been paying attention to this, so I'll try and catch up as we're going through the show. But no such thing as rhinos, only Republicans. Someone just hide it better. Exactly. There's two sides, and we're not on. None of these politicians are on our side. And I would venture out to say that even the Gaetz, Biggs, they're playing a part. Yeah, I mean, you have a point. He got out of politics, though, pretty quick. Yeah, moisten your wood before you sit on it. So, exactly. Last 5 minutes of hearing. I can grab the hearing. I mean, hell, I don't have a problem with that at all. No, absolutely. Like I said, it's just been one of those days, so I haven't been able to keep up with it as much as I'd like to. So I'm learning with you all. McCarthy, what the hell is it called? A recall? Motion to vacate. Vacate. And since this has never happened before, I don't know exactly what happens from this point. I assume they vote for a new speaker, correct? Is that... I believe that to be accurate. Oh shit, now I kind of want to watch this. All in favor of, here, fuck it, I'll put up a poll. Because now I'm really interested. So I can't talk and write at the same time. It's my downfall. Mitch McCarthy. All right. I'm putting up a poll. Stay with the current topic, or we can watch the McCarthy hearing. It's up to you guys. So I'm good doing either one. Let it run for a minute, but yeah, so I would assume chaos will ensue in the House, but changes that need to happen to take place will be worth it. We know what happens from here, but one thing everybody should support is single subject spending bills. Next speaker needs to live up to some promises that Kevin McCarthy did not keep. Message had to be sent and Gaetz sent it for us. Now, I wonder if the Democrats are playing this because they're going to try and get Hakeem Jeffries in, since we saw that with the whole government shutdown deal. There seemed to be a big push for Jeffries to lead, even if Jeffries wasn't leading the actual caucus or the actual the House. So I wonder if this was a backhanded attempt to get them to attempt to move in on this. So that would be, it'd be interesting to see what everyone thought of it from here on out. But no, that's interesting. I think that absolutely he should have been removed. It's kind of ridiculous that he made all these promises and never held up to them. So, all right, so we will let the poll run for one more minute. So if you want to get in, and we'll see where we're at after that one more minute. So, Donald Trump, yes. We will make America again. All right, 30 seconds. I'll switch over to the poll and see where we're at. Bobby's never been okay. Say you want a revolution, well, you know. Yeah, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do it next week and then move it back. Or speaker advice. Well, let's see. All right, closing the poll. Shit. All right, looks like we're switching to McCarthy. 71%. So, all right, let's move this over. Actually, let me try and find not NBC News so I don't get copyrighted, even though it's not their footage. Morons. Wall Street Journal. See, they all put their little sticker on, like it's gonna matter, like it's theirs. And oh, what a douche! It's been an honor to serve. He will not seek to run again for Speaker of the House. This guy is just a piece of shit. I'm kind of glad he's out. All right, fuck it. We're just gonna use this one. So I believe it is after. Okay, so this should be where it starts. Hey, what's up, Cheesy? Fuck you, you just shit about my field. If you go and carry pictures of Chairman Mao, you anyway. That's funny. Okay, so let's get started on this, and then we'll go from there, and I'll change it while we're.
No. Opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, we would request a roll call vote on the rule.
Roll call vote is requested. Those favoring a roll call vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen. A roll call vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
I love how it's always a 5-minute vote that takes 4 hours. Isn't that always great? See, I'm wondering if it's. Okay, we're going to go to this one because I think it will be a little bit cleaner.
Mr. Gaetz, and the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly.
I yield such time as he may consume to my colleague from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, is recognized.
So this one's just this hearing, not any of the other business.
Before the gentleman speaks, may
True.
I remind my colleagues that all parties need to be heard. Would you please clear the well and clear the aisles? And any extraneous conversations need to be taken from the floor.
So that motion failed, so this moves forward. We'll now hear both sides of this argument on whether to remove Speaker Kevin McCarthy from his leadership position.
Okay, so the motion to table failed. So we don't really care about the motion to table. Let's just get rid of it.
So now they are moving forward. McCarthy, though, still holds out hope. He could survive this next vote, and then he could even try to put his name forth to be the Speaker later on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like so many others, I deeply regret that we are here in what was a totally avoidable situation. I must take you back to January, however, which for many of us was about not repeating the failures of the past and letting Republican voters across the country down once again, when in the past, for many years, when Republicans have had majorities in this chamber, we have passed our major spending bills predominantly with Democrat votes, something the other side of the House has never and would never do with majority control. Back in January, I expressed my concern that the previous 2 years, during my first term here in this House, we had not used every tool at our disposal to fight against the harmful, radical Democrat agenda that is destroying the country, bankrupting the country, and under which the American people are suffering. But most in here wouldn't know that I helped persuade my 5 colleagues who comprised the remaining resistance in the wee morning hours of January 7
I actually don't know.
our votes to present to let Mr. McCarthy become Speaker. And I went to him on this
And
very
volume's
floor
good,
to
guys.
tell him that he was finally going to become Speaker.
I guess I could
on
go
the
up a
next
little
vote.
bit more.
In that moment, it was clear to me that I or we could have asked for anything in exchange for switching our votes to present, but I and we asked for nothing. The very next week, I requested and had a meeting with Speaker McCarthy to tell him he had my full support and that I wanted him to be successful because the country needed him to be successful. In the ensuing months, I helped him narrowly pass the Parents' Bill of Rights and the Limit, Save, Grow bill. I think both of those by just 1 or 2 votes, helping persuade some of my most conservative colleagues to come along despite some of the concerns they had with those bills. And we remained united as a conference through the Limit, Save, Grow vote as we passed a bill that was cutting spending to pre-COVID levels for non-defense discretionary spending, or just over $100 billion, historic spending cuts, as the Speaker had committed to do in January, and it also included a host of other conservative fiscal reforms. Unfortunately, however, that unity and that commitment to significant year 1 cuts and spending reforms were discarded in the Failed Responsibility Act, as I call it, which passed overwhelmingly, once again, with a majority of Democrat votes, validating the concern many of us had in January. Many of us had begged the Speaker, pleaded with the Speaker repeatedly to utilize the debt ceiling to leverage spending cuts and reforms. But instead, he negotiated an unlimited increase to the debt ceiling through January of 25, as much as we can come together and gleefully spend through January of 25, with no significant wins for the American people in that FRA, or Failed Responsibility Act. But the Speaker then said that we would use appropriations. We would use appropriations to bring the fight and finally reduce our spending. He said the levels of the FRA were the ceiling and not the floor, and recommitted multiple times to go back to the $1.471 trillion that was the Limit, Save, Grow levels, radically, historically, saving $100 billion and lowering the deficit this year under Republican majority from $2.2 trillion to $2.1 trillion. That's what we were asking the Republican House to do, to go to $2.1 trillion. Meanwhile, the Speaker had committed to bring a balanced budget vote to this floor, something that still has not happened, despite the work that's been done in our Budget Committee to mark it up and have it ready to come to the floor. He also promised that we would bring all 12 appropriation bills well before the September 30 fiscal deadline. We did not. We simply, as Republicans, needed the Speaker to cast the vision, request the support of the entire conference, all of whom voted for the Limit, Save, Grow levels, except for 4 who wanted to go even further, to lead us in joining him, sticking with him, supporting him, and sending the most conservative spending bills with the most conservative cuts possible to the Senate as the best starting position for negotiations with the Senate. Many of us begged and pleaded with the Speaker to do that over the past 5 months. When the Speaker failed us to pass our spending bills, bringing only 1 of 12 to the floor before the August district work period, members began to negotiate amongst themselves without the Speaker to find compromise. I was among those who reluctantly agreed last month to split the difference between failed responsibilities 1.586 and the limit save grow 1.471, I reluctantly agreed to do that, to go to 1.526 in order to pass our bills on to the Senate. We then essentially forced the Speaker, with the pressure of the calendar, the debt ceiling, or excuse me, the shutdown threat of the calendar, to bring those 4 bills to the floor last week, all of which I voted for, despite some of them not cutting to the levels we'd agreed to and other concerns I had with the bills. I reluctantly voted for the 30-day conditional CR, or continuing resolution, because it cut an additional $10 billion in the month of October, going back to the pre-COVID 1.471 levels for defense, non-defense discretionary, 30%, and it had border security. I voted for that. However, when that vote failed, the Speaker this past Friday in the Republican conference meeting made it abundantly clear that he was willing to do anything to avoid the temporary discomfort and the pressure of a pause in the 15% of the non-essential federal government operations, which would guarantee that we would lose to the Senate Democrats and the White House. If you're not willing to say no, then you're guaranteed to lose. And that was confirmed with the passage of the unconditional 45-day CR this past Saturday, once again with 209 Democrat votes.
They're not
Republican bill,
changed.
209 to 1
Reflect
Democrats,
your votes.
51 to 0 in the Senate side. The Speaker fought through 15 votes in January to become Speaker, but was only willing to fight through 1 failed CR before surrendering to the Democrats on Saturday. We need a
Single
Speaker
line items.
who will fight for something, anything, besides
No,
just
I
staying
think
or
the
becoming
Democrats will
Speaker.
try and push
If there was
Hakeem
ever a time
Jeffries.
to fight, with $33 trillion in national debt, a $2 trillion deficit this year, 40-year high inflation, 20-year high interest rates, a downgraded credit rating, and for the first time in modern history, the polls showing, despite all the help of the media blaming Republicans in the House, the polls showed that the public was blaming Biden and the Democrats for an imminent shutdown. If not fight now, when would we fight? Now is and was the time. With the Democrats driving the fiscal bus off the cliff at 100 miles an hour, we cannot simply be content to be the party that slows it down to 95 just so we can sit in the front seat and wear the captain's hat. Our current debt and our spending trajectory is unsustainable. We need a Speaker, ideally somebody who doesn't want to be Speaker and hasn't pursued that at all costs for his entire adult life, who will meet the moment and do everything possible to fight for the country.
So he
The
gave
red
a press
line was
conference
crossed for me, I
amazing,
regret,
and
on
supposedly
Saturday.
he's not going to run for
And
it.
chose
So
regret
we'll get
that
to
I
that
must
after
vote
this
against
hearing. But
the motion to table as I did, and to vote to vacate the chair. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves his time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I share one thing in common with my friend from Virginia. This is a
100%.
very sad day, and certainly a day I never expected to have to live through. You know, I think broadly speaking, as I look across this floor, you can divide members into 3 groups. I'm very happy to be in the first group. The overwhelming majority of my party supports the Speaker that we elected. We're proud of the leadership he's shown. We're proud of the manner in which he's been willing
What
to
party
work
is that?
with everybody in our conference and I believe in this chamber. There's a second group, small group. Honestly, they're willing to plunge this body into chaos and this country into uncertainty for reasons that only they really understand. I certainly don't. And then there are friends on the other side. I mean friends, honestly, with great sincerity. I have a lot of friends over there. And I recognize that
I'm
my
sure
friends
you
on
do.
the other side have a very complex set of partisan, personal, and political calculations to make. And I certainly wouldn't presume to give them any advice about that. But I would say, think long and hard before you plunge us into chaos, because that's where we're headed if we vacate the speakership. You know, I personally think there's really 3 reasons why we've come to this point. That's because at each 3 of these critical minutes, the Speaker did the right thing. First, there was a Speaker vote. You know, he got 85% of the vote in our conference, 90% of the vote from Republicans on this floor. Yet we had a small group that decided, no, they would dictate what they want. He didn't let that happen. He fought. Now, he fought for himself, but he fought for 90% of us, too, that wanted him to be the Speaker, and I appreciate that. Then, of course, we had the debt ceiling deal. Nobody here thought he could pass a bill.
Is John
Nobody in
James on the
America thought he
McCarthy
could pass a
side?
bill. He did what speakers are supposed to do. He passed the bill. Then he sat down and negotiated with a Democratic Senate and a Democratic president and came back with a good deal, a deal that will limit spending. He did the right thing. Finally, last Saturday on this
Fuck you,
floor,
Dees. I
we
get
were
$10.
on the verge of a government shutdown. A government
I'll give
shutdown
9 of it to
that
Ukraine.
The vast majority of members in this chamber did not want. A substantial
Wow.
majority on my side, an overwhelming majority on the Democrat side. He put his political neck on the line, knowing this day was coming, to do the right thing for the country, without a doubt. My friends and I agree on that, whether or not we agree on the speaker. He did the right thing. He did the right thing, I think, for this institution. He showed it could function in a time of crisis. And finally, I think he did the right thing for our party. He made sure that we could continue to negotiate and achieve some of the very objectives my friend from Virginia laid out, and achieve them in divided government, which calls for some degree of give and take. So I'm very proud of this speaker. I'm very proud to stand behind him. Tomorrow morning, whether I win or lose, I'm going to be pretty proud of the people I fought with, and I'm going to be extraordinarily proud of the person I fought for, the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Fuck you, John James. Not helping
Gentleman from
you shit
Oklahoma's time
anymore.
is reserved. Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, my friend from Oklahoma says that my colleagues and I who don't support Kevin McCarthy would plunge the House and the country into chaos. Chaos is Speaker McCarthy. Chaos is somebody who we cannot trust with their word. The one thing that the White House, House Democrats, and many of us on the conservative side of the Republican caucus would argue is that the thing we have in common, Kevin McCarthy said something to all of us at one point or another that he didn't really mean and never intended to live up to. I don't think voting against Kevin McCarthy is chaos. I think $33 trillion in debt is chaos. I think that facing a $2.2 trillion annual deficit is chaos. I think that not passing single subject spending bills is chaos. I think the fact that we have been governed in this country since the mid-90s by continuing resolution and omnibus is chaos. And the way to liberate ourselves from that is a series of reforms to this body that I would hope would outlast Speaker McCarthy's time here, would outlast my time here, and would outlast either of our majorities. Reforms that I have heard some of the most conservative members of this body fight for, and some of the reforms that we've been battling for that I've even heard those in the Democrat caucus say would be worthy and helpful to the House, like open amendments, like understanding what the budget is. We have been out of compliance with budget laws for most of my life, most of many of your lives. And by the way, if we did those things, if we had single subject bills, if we had an understanding on the top line, if we had open amendments, if we had trust and honesty and understanding, there would be times when my conservative colleagues and I would lose, might be a few times when we'd win. There'd be times that
Apparently
we would
it's his
partnerships
channel.
that might
I'm going to
otherwise
switch
not
right
be,
after Gaetz.
really predictable in the American body politic, but the American people would see us legislating. These last few days, we've suspended the momentum that we had established the week earlier, where we were bringing bills to the floor, voting on them, staying late at night, working hard. That's what the American people expect. It's something Speaker McCarthy hasn't delivered, and that's why I've moved to vacate the chair. I reserve.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, Mr. Emmer from Minnesota.
All right, give me one moment. Shit. I had it and then I clicked. I'm just afraid he's going to start talking. There we go.
Speaker, I yield to...
So this gentleman, Digger, this is the guy I was talking about. The African-American gentleman on the left here, red tie. He ran for Senate in the state of Michigan. I helped out his campaign. and then he lost to Gary Peters, so he ran for Congress, and he actually won that seat. But I thought he was. I know.
2 minutes to my very good friend, Mr. Emmer from Minnesota.
Gentleman from
But
Minnesota.
we're back.
Mr. Emmer is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Kevin McCarthy has earned this. Under Speaker McCarthy's leadership, our House Republican majority has actually defied all odds and overperformed expectations again and again and again. It all started with the Speaker's race, when our Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, showed the American people how he would never give up. It carried over into the Speaker spearheading a rules package to create the most transparent, member-driven legislative process that I've ever seen since I've been here. And since then, Speaker McCarthy's Republican majority has been successful in bringing common sense back to our nation's capital by passing legislation to affirm a parent's right to be involved in their child's education, bolster American energy production, fully fund veterans' care and benefits, fight back against the regulatory state, and continue delivering on our promise to rein in Democrats' reckless spending by passing fiscally responsible appropriations bills. We've also achieved historic conservative wins, like passing the strongest border security legislation in history, passing the first Republican-only NDAA in history, and passing the first Republican-only state and foreign operations appropriations bill. So many Americans are better off because of Kevin McCarthy's leadership. American families, job creators, entrepreneurs, service members, law enforcement officers, and the list goes on and on. These are just a few of our House Republican majority successes. But make no mistake, we need Kevin McCarthy to remain Speaker if we're going to stay focused on our mission of delivering common sense wins for the American people. We've shown Americans what success looks like when we come together as a team. Now it's time for us to stand together stronger than ever so we can get back to the work our majority was elected to do. I'm proud to support the Speaker as we continue championing conservative priorities that will put our country on a better path. Thank you, Speaker McCarthy.
Gentleman from
I yield
Florida.
back.
The opening line of my colleague's speech was that Speaker McCarthy always overperforms expectations, but after tweeting "bring it" and after engaging in profane-laced tirades at House conference, he just lost a motion to table. So I wouldn't necessarily consider that overperforming expectations. And time and again, I've heard my colleagues say that, well, he deserves it because he went through a tough speaker contest. Let me let everyone know, he prevailed in that speaker contest because he made an agreement to fulfill certain commitments to make this an open and honest process, and he has failed to meet those commitments, and that's why we are here. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. On January 3rd, we said the 118th Congress is about three things: pass the bills that need passed, do the oversight work that needs to be done, and stop the inevitable omnibus that comes from the United States Senate right before the holidays. Kevin McCarthy has been rock solid on all three. We have passed the bills we told the American people we would pass. 87,000 IRS agents, that bill passed. Parents' Bill of Rights, that bill passed. Energy legislation passed. Border security, immigration enforcement legislation, the strongest bill ever to pass the Congress, passed earlier this year. We have done what we told them we were going to do. We can't help it the Senate won't take up those good common sense bills. They'll have to answer to the American people come Election Day. Oversight. We have done the oversight that we're supposed to do. Because of our oversight, we know that parents were targeted by the Department of Justice. Because of our oversight, we know that 51 former intel officials misled the country weeks before the most important election we have. And because of our oversight, the Disinformation Governance Board at the Department of Homeland Security is gone. Because of our oversight, the memo attacking pro-life Catholics has been rescinded. Because of our oversight, unannounced visits to Americans' home by the Internal Revenue Service has stopped. That happened under Speaker McCarthy. And on the third one, on this side of it, we know there's a big old ugly bill coming at the end of the year. all kinds of spending, all kinds of garbage in it. We're still in that fight. Frankly, to Matt's point, we don't know how that one's going to shake out. But we do know this. We do know this. On Saturday, we didn't take the Senate's bill. They tried to send over and shove it down our throats on Saturday. We didn't take that bill. And it was a tough position he was in. There were 5 options on the table last week. Option 1 was to send a long-term CR over there. That would have leveraged the 1% cut, something a bunch of us voted for. Both parties couldn't get the votes for that one. Second option was to focus on the one issue the country now is completely focused on, the border issue. We couldn't get the votes for that one either. But when the Senate tried to send us that bill, he said no to it. I think the Speaker has kept his word. I know my colleagues and friends are saying different. I think he has kept his word on those 3 things that we talked about on January 3rd, and frankly, that entire week. He has kept his word. I think we should keep him as Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, the problem with my friend from Ohio's argument is that many of the bills he referenced as having passed are not law. We are on a fast track to an omnibus bill, and it is difficult to champion oversight when House Republicans haven't even sent a subpoena to Hunter Biden. So it's hard to make the argument that oversight is the reason to continue when it sort of looks like failure theater. I yield such time as he may consume to my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Bates.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized. How much time?
What he consumes.
So much as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious time. And my mind immediately goes to the young deputy from Cochise County who 2 nights ago, while trying to apprehend a runaway vehicle smuggling humans across the border, suffered major injuries, transported to Pima County, where he's in a Tucson hospital fighting for his life. I'm talking about a border that remains wide open, where drugs come through the Tucson sector, the most gotaways known and unknown of any sector along the border. Terrorists coming in. People conducting criminal conduct coming in, criminal gang members, human smugglers, sex traffickers. They're coming across our border to the tune of hundreds of thousands every month. Now, I appreciate my colleagues and their position, but I would suggest something. I don't think you can just skip to last weekend and say, oh my goodness, a CR came out last weekend on Saturday. I think we need to go back to January. I'll say this. This body came together on the Republican side, and we passed a good border security piece of legislation, H.R. 2. That's good. And then last week we passed the DHS bill and the DOD bills, which had funding for our CBP, ICE, military leaders, military men and women. But why were we successful in doing that? What happened to motivate us to get there? Well, for one thing, we didn't bother to pass the 12 appropriations bills as required under the Budget Control and Impounds Law of 1974. We didn't do it. And you know how many times that's not been done? 25 years in a row. And you know how many CRs this body has passed in that same period of time? 130. You know what that gets you? A $2 trillion plus structural deficit like we had in fiscal year 23. You know what that leads you to? A $33 trillion national debt, which is where we sit today. Leads you to somewhere north of $700 billion in interest payments. And you know why that happened? Because this body is entrenched in a suboptimal path and refuses to leave it. Refuses to leave that path. You cannot change if you're unwilling to change. We had every opportunity to change. We were promised change. We were promised we
Hey,
were
Alabama
going to go
Rose.
ahead, and we were going to get those 12 bills done. And if we got those 12 bills done,
I don't know
you
why. I
we
don't
do
trust
12
Biggs.
bills? Because it allows you to reduce spending, get rid of wasteful, duplicative programs. It allows you to set an agenda to restore fiscal sanity. We chose to not do it again. We were promised we'd do it. That's why at the end, some people said, we'll vote present. We'll go ahead. We're going to put our trust in Mr. McCarthy to become the Speaker. That didn't happen. I suspected that would be the case. That was my struggle. That was my struggle last November and December. I iterated it to this body, our conference anyway. When we got to the debt ceiling, again, that seemed to spring upon everybody like a surprise. And when that happened, I was in there for some of those negotiations on where that number would be. And I was astonished how that 1.5 trillion number was negotiated. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But I will tell you this. To his credit, the Speaker told us one thing that I believe to be true. He said that's basically the ante in a poker game. He can sit down at the table. And I told my colleagues who supported that $1.5 trillion in 8 months, that you're willing to raise the debt ceiling, that's the opening marker. And indeed it was. And now projections are many $1 trillion above that. Yes, I think it's time to make a change. I'm not the only one. And that's it's somber. Thus it is somber. But what have we failed to accomplish? Why didn't we get this stuff done? When we're campaigning, we're talking about an extension of the debt ceiling to January of 2025. We're talking about additional Ukraine funding. Is that going to be, maybe that's good in your districts. Maybe it's not. But that money's not offset. We're not paying for it. We haven't designated how we're going to pay for that. The same with the disaster package. The IRS remains 80% increased. And I would tell you, I could go down the list, but I will just tell you why this happens. When you don't do your 12 budget bills, and you rely ultimately on a CR, and I'll get to the calendar in a second, what happens is you cannot leverage this administration to actually enforce the border laws that you need to have enforced. This is a lawless Biden regime. They will not enforce border laws. And we can pass them till we're blue in the face. But until you leverage the budget and the spending, you will not see enforcement by this administration. So now take a look at the calendar that we were just provided last week. We're supposed to finish by November 3rd our 12 bills. By November 17th, that's when we're supposed to see that the conference committees have come together, both sides, and we've resolved this. I don't believe that that's going to happen. It wasn't going to happen before. You were betting on the come again. At some point, I'd urge you to stop betting on the come and bet on the reality. That's why I can't support the Speaker any longer, and I'll be voting for the motion to vacate and yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida.
Reserves.
Reserves. Members
Take
are
care,
advised
just cause.
to direct your comments to the chair, please. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, is recognized for 2 minutes.
They came all over the place.
S-E-L-A-H, Selah. This unique word scattered throughout the Psalms signals to the reader to pause, reflect, consider, and maybe take a deep breath before moving on. Psalmist used Selah to emphasize the significance of a statement. For example, King David wrote, "Blessed be the Lord who daily bears our burden, the God who is our salvation." Selah. That is a profound statement with huge implications. It deserves more than a cursory consideration. Within the next hour, this House will vote yea or nay to vacate the Speaker's chair, a profound action with huge implications. This was last tried in 1910. Joseph Cannon won the vote. 113 years later, my office is in the Cannon Office Building, and Uncle Joe Cannon's statue sits just outside this chamber. No living human has taken the vote we're about to take. It deserves that we pause, we reflect, that we consider deeply the ramification of our actions. To my fellow Republicans who would consider voting yes to removing our Republican Speaker, please pause and ask yourself two questions. Will your yes vote make America stronger? Will your yes vote strengthen conservative policies? If you believe yes is the right vote, please stand before this body and the American people and articulate your plan. Not your grievances or your wishes, your plan. Convince the mass majority of the Republican conference that strongly disagrees with you to follow you. If you cannot do that, which you have failed to do so far, then voting yes is at the least a disruptive overreaction. In reality, it's selfish, bad for conservative policies, and bad for America. That's why I strongly support Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and why without hesitation or reservation, I will vote no on this disastrous resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida.
There's nothing selfish about wanting a Speaker of the House who tells the truth. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend from Kentucky and fellow member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as the only still serving co-author and co-sponsor of the motion to vacate Speaker Boehner, I can tell you this motion to vacate is a terrible idea. As the only member who's serving here who took every chance to vote against Speaker Boehner and to vote against Speaker Ryan, I can tell you that this chamber has been run better, more conservatively, and more transparently under Mr. McCarthy than any other speaker that I have served under. As a member of the Rules Committee, one of three conservatives who were placed there out of trust, the Speaker gave us a blocking position by putting 3 of us on there to keep an eye on the Rules Committee to make sure the process was fair and even. I can tell you it's been fair and even. None of us are voting against the Speaker today. Regular order is at odds with predetermined outcomes. Yet the Speaker is being accused of not holding to regular order and predetermined outcomes at the same time. It is not possible. You cannot be for both at the same time. I was a party to the January agreement, and I can tell you that there were promises in there, but there was never a promise for an outcome. There was never a promise that you could force Joe Biden to sign something. There was only the promise that we would try, and try we have. We have tried in the Rules Committee. We have tried on the floor. We've been trying this since the summer, and there's enough blame to go around for why we don't have 12 bills, but part of it was a relitigation of the debt limit deal. By the way, there was no promise on the debt limit deal, no conditions on that in January, 0 whatsoever. I was in the room for that. So the 12 bills were delayed over what? $100 billion. That's a lot of money. But it's nothing compared to the $2 trillion that I came here to object to when Speaker Pelosi and President Trump pushed that bill through. We've had over 500 amendments. Listen, this is a referendum on this institution. We have tried regular order. Speaker McCarthy has tried regular order. If regular order fails today, if you vacate the Speaker, nobody is going to try it again.
Gentleman's time has expired.
This institution will fail. Please do not vacate the Speaker.
We've already failed.
Gentleman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves his time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a time for sobriety, wisdom, and caution in this House, it is right now. If this motion carries, the House will be paralyzed. We can expect week after week of fruitless ballots while no other business can be conducted. The Democrats will revel in Republican dysfunction, and the public will rightly be repulsed. It'll end when the Democrats are able to enlist a rump caucus of Republicans to join a coalition to end the impasse. This House will shift dramatically to the left and will effectively end Republican House majority that the
So what you're
voters
saying is
elected
you guys
in
are going to be
2022.
cucks and cave to the
And this, in
Democrats
turn,
again, and we're
will
supposed to be
neutralize
surprised by
the
that?
only counterweight in our elected government to the woke left's control of the Senate and the White House at a time when their policies are destroying our economy and have opened our borders to invasion. There are turning points in history whose significance is only realized by the events that they unleash. This is one of those times. We are at the precipice. There are only minutes left to come to our senses and realize the grave danger our country is in at this moment. Dear God, grant us the wisdom to see it and to save our country from it.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, there is nothing sober, wise, or cautious about the path we are on. We are on a path to financial ruin if this House does not take a different posture, a different procedure, and yield toward different outcomes and a better future. I reserve.
Gentleman
What's up,
reserves
Shark
his
Pony?
time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr.
100%
Cole.
agree.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5
Maybe
minutes
this
to my
is a
very good
turning
friend
point.
from Florida, Mr.
Maybe
Hammond.
this is a turning point.
1.5 minutes.
We can hope.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I stand before my colleagues in the nation as a proud representative of the great state of Florida. I truly am beyond blessed to represent the paradise that is Miami-Dade County and the Florida Keys, and I am beyond proud to represent my community before this Congress, to stand with a leader who has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to our country and to the principles that define us as Americans, Kevin McCarthy. Today is historic for a lot of reasons. For one thing, this is the first time in over 100 years that this has been attempted. But it's also because we're part of a Congress with historically tight majorities for the Republicans in the House and the Democrats in the Senate, and we have a Democratic White House. Divided government, that's what we have. The need to negotiate, to find solutions to the issues facing this country. That's a reflection of the principles that are uniquely American, principles that make this country exceptional, and principles that allowed me, an exile who came here from Cuba, fleeing communist Cuba, to serve in this very institution. You see, I wasn't born here, and everything that I
Well, you guys haven't been listening. We said we're going to make America great
be,
again.
is thanks to
We're
America.
starting to actually do it.
The best part about it is that my story, the story of the community that I'm so proud to represent, is a story of many in this body, is that we are not the exception in America. We are the rule. That's the America that Kevin McCarthy has fought for his entire career. Kevin McCarthy is a champion for the American dream, and he's proved it as our Speaker. Thomas Jefferson once said, "I predict future happiness for Americans if they can prevent the government from wasting the labors of the people under the guise of taking care of them." McCarthy.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. Let's keep Kevin McCarthy our Speaker. A great man, a great leader, a great Speaker. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gaetz.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to my remaining time?
Gentleman has 9 3/4 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to my very good friend from Iowa, the gentlelady, Ms. Henson.
The gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Henson, is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of our Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. Let's be very clear here. We would not have a House Republican majority without the relentless efforts of this man, our Speaker. Under his leadership, Joe Biden's policies have had a check and balance. His policies have created a horrific border crisis, 10,000 illegal immigrants a day surging across our border. Under Speaker McCarthy, Republicans have passed legislation to secure our border. Joe Biden has done everything to squash American energy, selling our oil reserves to China. Under Speaker McCarthy, Republicans have passed legislation to unleash American energy dominance. Joe Biden has spent taxpayer dollars like there's no tomorrow. Under Speaker McCarthy, we have returned to passing single subject appropriations bills and ending the status quo of omnibus spending. One of the most valuable pieces of advice that I received was
Stop the
from
gaslighting
Kevin McCarthy
bullshit.
when I got here to DC.
Just say the
He told
truth.
me to separate the signal from the noise. The noise is those who are causing chaos for their own personal benefit while ignoring the needs of their constituents and this country, grinding our work here to a halt. The signal is the many accomplishments that we've delivered for the American people with Speaker McCarthy at the helm. The signal is the failures coming out of the White House time and time again. The signal is the work that we must do today and going forward to save our country for my kids and yours. My colleagues today here have a choice. Be a chaos agent or get back to work. So I call on my colleagues, let's separate the signal from the noise. Let's support our Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, so we can get back to work for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gaetz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I've caught the signal, too. The signal is for $33 trillion in debt, facing $2.2 trillion annual deficits. And our fellow Americans may be watching, wondering, how does that happen? How does the greatest country in the world have a process so broken that it would be laughed out of the rooms in the halls of the state legislatures where many of us come from? Here's how it works. The law says we're supposed to have the very single subject spending bills that my colleague referenced in the summer. That we're supposed to have that and move it. But there's a dirty little secret in this town, and that is if you delay, if you hold the bills, if you make multiple contradictory promises, as Speaker McCarthy has done, and you back everybody up against shutdown politics, well, nobody wants to shut the government down. No one cheers for a shutdown. And of course, when people are backed up against shutdown politics, the decision calculus changes. So year after year, decade after decade, we break the law and we do the same thing. We pass a continuing resolution, then we pass another continuing resolution, and then it's either another continuing resolution or an omnibus bill or a series of minibuses that lump these disparate things together. The American people want all of us to take votes on single subject matters. They don't want to see these things all mushed together and log rolled. And it was concerning to me to hear of news of a secret deal on Ukraine funding that would have log rolled more money with Ukraine with our southern border. Now, how offensive is that to our customs?
Oh, they all boo when their money laundering through Ukraine gets stopped.
Some of my colleagues are only willing to stand up and fight for our border if they could send billions to Ukraine to fund their border too. Well, I've had enough of that, and that's why I brought this motion to vacate. I reserve.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to our distinguished majority leader, my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana, the majority leader, Mr. Scalise, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my friend from Oklahoma for yielding. And when we go back to January, as many people have, we knew that it was going to be a narrow majority. We also knew that it wasn't going to be easy. How many of us came here because we thought this job was going to be easy? How many of us thought the task ahead of us to address the problems of this country was going to be easy? One thing we did know is that if we were going to finally start confronting problems that had been ignored for years and years and years, we had to change the way that this place worked. And one thing Speaker McCarthy embraced from day one is to start making those kind of changes to this institution. opening up the process, allowing members to be more engaged, having amendments come to the floor, single subject bills, doing appropriations bills. Yes, making that happen overnight is not something that happens automatically, but it started to happen, and we are now seeing the fruits of it. Just last week, we had 4 different appropriations bills on this House floor, 4 different ones. Now, those bills took weeks and weeks to finally get to the floor, going through an open committee process, hundreds of amendments, each one of them, where Republicans, Democrats could bring their ideas. And we debated those bills on the floor, some until after midnight, where members could actually participate in the process. This has been a broken process
See you,
for
Tony.
a long time. But it's a process
Thanks for the
where
sub.
if we're going to confront the problems that families are facing, because right now we
You know what? Don't
need
add
to
the
resolve our
100
differences
line
inside
items
this
to
House
a
chamber
simple bill, and then
before
it
we can
won't
then
take
go and
months
fight
to
for
get
those
passed.
families who are struggling. But every single day across America, families are struggling with real problems that we're going to have to get back to solving. And those problems are real for them. It's inflation. It's the economy. It's high energy costs. It's an open southern border that doesn't just affect the border states. It's affecting every state, Republican districts, Democrat districts. Everybody knows it. And it can be ignored by the White House, but this House is the only body that started to take action. When we, with H.R. 2, and then with the border bill last week, and with the action we took last week, over 70% of government funding passed out of the House. However, everybody voted, Republican or Democrat. This House passed funding for over 70% of the federal government's operation, and it's sitting over in the Senate where they've passed 0. And we're going to beat up each other and talk about our internal processes, and we need to get our internal processes working better. But you know what? So does that other body over there, and so does the White House. Everybody in this town needs to be engaged in addressing these problems. But if we don't start here, and if we don't focus these next 45 days, because that's what we've got in front of us. We've got 2 bills this week. We've got 2 more appropriations bills next week. And if we're going to be confronting those, we've got to stay focused on our mission. What the other side does, let's continue to put pressure on them. But we also need to put pressure on ourselves to do our job. And Speaker McCarthy's been leading at the top of the level to make sure that we have the tools to do our jobs in a different way than the House has done it before. This House is going to have to continue to make those changes. But the American people sent us here to confront those problems. We're finally starting to. This isn't the time to slow that process down. We need to keep doing our work. We need to keep fighting for those families who are struggling. But so does the Senate, and so does the White House as well. Let's keep doing this work that we were sent here to do. I yield back.
That's their biggest skill, Ghostfree, is just say nothing for hours.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized with 7 3/4 minutes remaining. Mr. Cole commands 12 1/2 minutes left in this debate. Gentleman from Florida.
I agree with everything that the majority leader said in those remarks, except one thing. It is astonishing to hear any colleague give Speaker McCarthy credit for moving on to the single subject appropriations bills. As you heard my colleague, Mr. Biggs, say, that was never the plan from Speaker McCarthy. The week before we moved on to those single subject appropriations bills, the plan was another CR. He pitched a CR. They tried to get us to vote for a CR, and only when a brave few said, we are done governing by continuing resolution. We are here to eulogize the era of continuing resolution. We will not do it. We will not pass it. These bills can go. The spending may rise and fall as the years pass. But the notion that we're going to lump in the Department of Education and the Department of Labor with our military and our troops and our Border Patrol is fundamentally unserious, and I would suggest chaotic. We cannot do that. It was only because we forced that to happen. And by the way, if we continue with Speaker McCarthy, the appropriations process will go right back to what he wanted it to go back to. Just a sideshow, just a puppet show, just something to keep the hamsters on the hamster wheel as they continue to back people up against a calendar, centralize power with the lobbyists and special interests that move all kind of money through the leadership, And then that's how they get their way, and that's why the American people have been getting screwed decade after decade, and I'm not going to tolerate it anymore without a fight. I reserve.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, fellow member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Garcia of California.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to recalibrate our minds on what is actually happening here today. This proceeding looks important, it feels consequential, but let's look at what else is happening across America. Today, about 300 Americans will die from fentanyl poisoning. Today, about 11,000 people will illegally penetrate our borders. Today's debt is approaching $34 trillion. Today's mortgage rates just hit a 25-year high.
No, not
now
really.
Approaching 8%. Our energy prices are again at back-breaking highs with gas approaching $8 a gallon in my district. Today, China and the CCP grow stronger with an intent to go to war by 2027, and our military is experiencing record low retention and record low recruitment. This is the reality of today for 335 million Americans under President Joe Biden. It's a dark and scary reality. This Republican majority here today in the House is the only firewall against the damaging far-left policies of the Biden administration. The single-subject appropriation bills that we were supposed to be voting on this week will literally fight to reverse the darkness of these realities and fight inflation, cut spending, secure our border while enhancing our nation's security and investing in our soldiers at a meaningful level. But today, this body filled with people in fancy suits, led by a few Republicans who are running with scissors and supported by Democrats, who have personal issues with the Speaker, have uncertain intentions and even more uncertain goals, and they've decided to make today about drama, not about solving problems and helping our constituents, but about drama. We need to be the no-drama option for America, this party, this majority, and I fear that this self-inflicted drama of today jeopardizes our majority and by definition removes the last layer of defense protecting America from this Biden administration. Let's dispense with the drama, do our jobs, and move on with defending this
Hashtag no drama llama.
Back.
Gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, I'm here to solve problems too, but we have decade after decade of history showing us that you don't solve any problems with continuing resolutions and omnibus bills. That creates more problems, more debt, more inflation, more pain for American families. So the way to solve problems is to break the fever dream of governing by continuing resolution and omnibus bill and instead return to the very single subject spending bills that we will only get if my resolution passes to vacate Speaker McCarthy. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every step of the way, Speaker McCarthy has been doubted. After the first Speaker vote, he was mocked, right? And after 15, they called him Speaker. And even then, it was the media and the left that mocked him. With the narrowest Republican majority in a generation, what did we achieve? We brought the president
I'm
to the
mocking
table.
him now.
We stubbornly said for 100 days they would not negotiate on the debt ceiling. I took him at his word. The Speaker said, no, we'll get him to the table. And sure enough, we did. The result? The most conservative spending package we've seen in generations, the largest spending cuts year over year that any Congress has passed. Conservative outcomes. So I understand your position on the left. I understand that. But my friends on the right, why? And then this past weekend, so I understand the frustration on the left at what happened on the continuing resolution. But why would we have conservatives object to that? Why will we have House members object to that? We rolled the Senate. We never roll the Senate as a House. Moreover, we never roll the Senate to get less spending, and we got it this weekend. So I understand why the left is mad. What I don't understand is why some Republicans think that that's a bad thing. The frustration for me today, I understand
We
where the
did
liberals
small, marginally
I
better
support the
in a
constitutional
shitstorm
order,
that we've
except
been
in a
doing
moment
for the
like
last
this
20
when you are
years. So
questioned
we
on
did
that.
great.
I understand that. You can't be counted on in a moment like this with the state of the speakership. But for Republicans, why will we give up a conservative working majority for better outcomes and hand the keys over to the Democrats. Why would we do that? And furthermore, with this record of success that we've seen Kevin McCarthy and a Republican majority produce in a Washington run by Democrats, we're going to throw that away, resulting in more liberal outcomes, not more conservative ones. So I understand why the left is where you are today. You don't like an effective conservative majority, and I don't blame you. But on the right,
gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Florida.
It is lovely to hear from the principal architect of Mr. McCarthy's debt limit deal, but here's the reality. The only Republicans in America who believe that the debt limit deal was conservative
Not gonna lie,
are
Gaetz
in
is kind of
this
making me
chamber
hard
right
in this
now.
one.
Because all over America, Republicans think that when you negotiated that debt limit deal, they took your lunch money. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to my very good friend from my home state, gentlelady Ms. Bice.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Under his leadership and a very small 5-seat majority, House Republicans have achieved, contrary to popular belief, numerous victories. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights, the Lower Energy Costs Act to lower the cost of gasoline and restore American energy independence, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which was one of the largest enacted cuts with enforceable spending caps in American history, and H.R. 2, the most conservative southern border security bill in history. All of this while fully funding our military and our nation's veterans. Let me be abundantly clear. Attempting to remove Speaker McCarthy will put this House in a stalemate and paralyze our ability to fight for our constituents and instead create a fight amongst one another. We have 43 days to restore fiscal responsibility and advance conservative appropriations priorities, which is exactly what my colleagues have asked for. Instead, we are threatening any House proceedings. This is an unnecessary distraction. Working together under the leadership of Speaker McCarthy is of the utmost importance. I stand and strongly support Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House, and I encourage my Republican colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield.
Mr. Cole continues to reserve his time. He has 7 minutes remaining. Mr. Gaetz controls 5 1/2 in this 1-hour debate. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend and our distinguished conference leader, Ms. Stefanik of New York.
The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Anyone and everyone who knows Kevin McCarthy, whether they are friend or foe, knows that Kevin McCarthy is a happy warrior. He is tireless. He has that uniquely American grit. Under Kevin's speakership that lasted 15 rounds of him never giving up, this Republican majority has exceeded all expectations. We reopened the People's House. We passed the strongest border security bill in our nation's history. We passed an energy plan to unleash American energy dominance.
This is the strongest nation security
to support our troops.
border security bill ever.
He's brought
Have you saw what's going on down there right now?
Israel, our greatest ally. He elected the most diverse class of Republicans ever, with the largest number of Republican women ever in American history. This boy from Bakersfield, he cares deeply about his constituents, his country, and the American people. And that includes each and every one of his colleagues. He's been to our districts,
Gentlelady will
toasted at our
suspend.
weddings, celebrated the birth of our children, and has cheered us when we haven't believed in ourselves, which is why the Republicans strongly support Speaker McCarthy and are proud he is our Speaker. And I yield back.
Gentlelady, it was not the intent to cut the gentlelady off, except that we have too much chatter going on in the House chamber. Every member deserves to be heard. So if you have private conversations you need to have, please take them from the floor. Gentlelady may continue.
As I have said, the Speaker has been to our districts. He has toasted at our weddings. He has celebrated the birth of our children, mourned the loss of our loved ones.
Oh, so he's all about you
Now
and
more
your
than ever,
cronies.
the Republicans
We know
must
that.
unify.
That's why we're getting rid of
The
them.
stakes are too high. We need to save our country, which is why this conference is proud to strongly support Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida.
I would just say if this House of Representatives has exceeded all expectations, then we definitely need higher expectations. And while it's
I agree,
heartwarming
Congressman.
and kind that the Speaker calls people on their birthday and visits their district and congratulates them on their children,
We'll
please
talk
know
about it in a minute.
this
Remind me.
isn't a critique of the individual, it's a critique of the job. The job hasn't been done. We've had multiple contradictory promises, and it's just quite something. For those of you keeping track at home, the last 3 speakers you've heard opposing my resolution all voted for the debt deal. So, if you believe that the debt limit deal that Speaker McCarthy brought into law was a good thing, maybe you agree with their perspective. I think the debt limit deal was a terrible deal, and that's one of the reasons. It really was the original sin of the McCarthy speakership, and it's one of the reasons I seek to vacate the chair now. I reserve.
Gentleman, time is reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend from the great state of Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for yielding. Mr. Speaker, we've been here for 8 months with one of the tightest majorities in modern history. Yet look at the accomplishments of this majority, this conservative majority, with the majority of Republicans voting for the strongest border security in my lifetime, fighting against this incomprehensible energy policy that's driving up energy costs 40%, utility and gasoline payments, pushing Americans into energy poverty. We passed legislation to unleash America's energy resources, pushing back this administration's brainless policies on energy. We've passed legislation to pull back, to stop spending $4.8 trillion that I want to make.
I still don't trust any of them. I just like what he's doing currently. He could piss me off tomorrow.
We've passed legislation to streamline regulations, permitting, environmental laws for the first time in 40 years. Again, my friends here opposed. We strengthened work requirements for welfare to get people back into the workforce. Again, my friends over here opposed. I keep wondering, what is going on? Are we redefining what conservative is? What's going on in this country today? What's going on in this body?
Yes, we are.
Freedom Works Heritage.
Thanks
Chip
for
Roy and
noticing.
Jim Jordan
We've been
said
telling you this
something's
for
conservative, and
since
these folks say it's
2015.
not, and they're right. And all of a sudden,
Yes,
my
we're
phone keeps sending
redefining
text
it.
messages.
It's not bullshit elites
Text
and
messages
rhinos
saying, hey,
anymore.
give me money.
We are redefining this
Oh,
party.
look at that. Oh, look, give me
Get
money.
on board
I
or
filed
get the
motion to
fuck out.
vacate. Using official actions to raise money. It's disgusting. It's what's disgusting about Washington. Mr. Speaker, we've watched as these folks right here that have brought up this motion to vacate have refused to pay our military service members, refused to pay them. I want to quote my delegation member, my senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy. If we're not going to pay our service members, if they're not going to be there to protect us, next time someone invades America, call a crackhead. Let me know how that works out for you.
Yield the gentleman another 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard people talk about bad faith here. I've heard them make reference to this January agreement. My friends from Arizona, Virginia, and Florida. Let me be crystal clear. Not a single one of them were in the room. You know what? The Speaker didn't meet the targets of that January agreement. He exceeded them. The greatest savings in American history. The greatest savings in American history. Mr. Speaker, this isn't about fundraising. This is about our country. It's about our children and our grandchildren. We need to stand behind the slimmest
30
majority.
seconds.
We need to stand behind the greatest speaker in modern history that has delivered the best conservative wins for this country. I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida.
My colleague says we've passed the strongest border bills in history. Well, guess what? Look at the border right now. We didn't use sufficient leverage in the debt limit or in any other thing to actually get results on the border. The border is a disaster, really something I don't think you're going to be campaigning on, that you fixed the border. Second, you said you streamlined regulations. What the gentleman from Louisiana doesn't tell you is that all of the regulatory reform he was just bragging about is waivable by the stroke of a pen of someone in the Biden White House. Do you really think you've got anything for that? It's a total joke. And then finally, the welfare to work that the gentleman from Louisiana said we got. The welfare programs that they said that they streamlined with their welfare to work stuff, they're actually going to grow. Because while they did work requirements, they blew out those programs with expanded eligibility. I'm real glad you guys didn't put work requirements on Medicaid. It probably would have resulted in Medicaid expansion. And when it comes to how those raise money, I take no lecture on asking patriotic Americans to weigh in and contribute to this fight from those who would grovel and bend knee for the lobbyists and special interests who own our leadership, who have, oh, boo all you want, who have hollowed out this town and have borrowed against the future of our future generations. I'll be happy to fund my political operation through the work of hardworking Americans, $10 and $20 and $30 at a time, and you all keep showing up at the lobbyist fundraisers and see how that goes for you. I reserve.
Once again, the chair would admonish those speaking from the floor to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I would inquire as to how much time remains for each side.
From Oklahoma controls 3 minutes. The gentleman from Florida has 3 minutes as well.
I advise the gentleman from Florida I'm prepared to close if he is. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time to my great friend from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, is recognized with the remaining 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear why we're here. Because the incentive structure in this town is completely broken. We no longer value loyalty, integrity, competence, or collaboration. Instead, we have descended to a place where clicks, TV hits, and the never-ending quest for the most mediocre taste of celebrity drives decisions and encourages juvenile behavior that is so far beneath this esteemed body. Kevin McCarthy has done more in 9 months to restore the people's house than any speaker in decades. We have done regular order. We have had open amendments. And every single member of this chamber has the right, the ability, and the opportunity to be heard on the floor. It's been messy. It's been raucous. And at times it's been chaotic. And God bless every minute of it. Because democracy is supposed to be hard. And because the alternative is a closed-door process where 2,000-page bills come out of the Speaker's office at midnight and are forced to the floor the next morning. Kevin McCarthy has broken that cycle. That alone is enough for him to remain our Speaker. But that doesn't deliver his opponents what they crave the most: attention. We shouldn't stand for it. I won't stand for it. I will stand here with our Speaker, with our leader, that the overwhelming majority of our Congress supports. And you need to look no further than where the opponents are sitting today in this chamber. They're not over here, they're over there. So we're going to face these challenges together, and I say bring whatever comes next, because we believe in the job you have done, Mr. Speaker. We believe in your vision. And most importantly, we are proud to call Kevin McCarthy our friend and our Speaker of the House. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Florida is recognized with 3 minutes remaining.
To be clear, I tried to get one of the 3 podiums on the Republican side, and y'all wouldn't let me have them, so you sent me over here. But you know what? I'll make this argument at any desk in this building, from the well, from the chair. I'll make it on every street corner in this country that Washington must change. We have to break the cycle. We have to break the fever. And I would hope, truly, that the reforms that we are fighting for are reforms that would last and be embraced and that would democratize power in this institution beyond the privileged few who back us up against shutdown politics and Christmases and deadlines in order to achieve their objectives. Mr. Speaker, high inflation is on the verge of bankrupting American families. Our economy is breaking in half. A typical American family can't afford to buy a house in 99% of U.S. counties. Inflation is stealing more than $700 a month from working Americans, nearly $9,000 a year. Kevin McCarthy is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and he has failed to take a stand where it matters. So if he won't, I will. I make no apologies for defending the right of every hardworking American to afford a decent life for themselves and their families, and we have a greater opportunity to do that and to build coalitions under new leadership. We have to rip off the Band-Aid. We have to get back on a better course. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know how this vote's going to go. Usually when a vote comes to this floor, it's pretty predetermined. And this one, I'm not so sure. But I am sure that we've made the right argument, that this place deserves single-subject spending bills, that we should have 72 hours to read a bill, that something that spends more than $100 million shouldn't be put on the suspension agenda such that we can't amend it, and there shouldn't be secret side deals made on a continuing resolution to lump Ukraine in with border security. That is not right for Ukraine or border security, because it fails to give either of those issues the dignity that they would require. But we can return that dignity to this House. We can get back on a better path. We can have single subject appropriations bills. We can set a budget top line. We haven't had a budget in this place since I was in high school. So let's get a budget. Let's get our act together. Let's get on with it. Let's vacate the chair, and let's get a better speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. All time for debate has expired. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The resolution is, gentleman from Florida.
I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 3 of Rule 20, the chair directs the clerk to conduct the vote by a call of the roll. The clerk will call the roll alphabetically by surname. The House will be in order. The clerk may call the roll.
Adams. Yay. Adderholt. Nay. Aguilar. Yay.
All right, I want to listen to this, but
All
I'm certainly going to make it. It's not 5 hours. It's.
Nay.
We'll go 1.5 speed.
All red. Yay. Amadei. Nay. Armstrong. No. Arrington. Nay. Auchincloss. Yay. Babin. Nay. Bacon. Nay. Baird. Nay. Balderson. Nay. Ballot. Yay. Banks. Banks. Barr. Nay. Berrigan. Berrigan. Yay. Bean of Florida. Nay. Beatty. Yay. Bentz. Nay. Barra. Yay. Bergman. Nay. Beyer. Yay. Bice. Nay. Biggs.
Shit, we can go to
Yay.
probably 1.75, can't we?
Nay. Bishop of Georgia. Yay. Bishop of North Carolina. Yay. Nay. Blumenauer. Yay. Blunt Rochester. Yay. Boebert. Nay. Bonamici. Yay. Bost. Nay. Bowman.
Yeah, let me I'll actually turn it down a little bit. We'll watch the counter. Silly Connect question. If so many Republicans are for McCarthy, how did any of them vote to get him out? So what Matt Gaetz did was pretty genius, and it certainly could backfire. The Democrats also get to vote in this, because it's the entire House. It's not just the Republicans. So all of the Democrats also voted to remove him, of course, because they're going to try and push through Hakeem Jeffries or someone else in that sphere. So it's a risk, but you know that you have at least the Democrat votes. So you're going to then add in, and since the majority is so small, it's such a small majority. I forget the U.S. House breakdown. UP down. I know it's really close, but I don't know the exact number, and I'd rather be. So there are 221 Republican members, 212 Democrat members. And then there are 2 vacancies currently in the House, and that totals to 435. So you break that down, 433. So it's a straight party vote, or it's a straight vote. So your 433 is 217, right? Uh, 433 divided by 2. Yeah, 217. So 217 wins it for you. You also have some that just don't get on the vote, so then that number goes down even considerably. So with 7 not voting, you only need 210 members to vote. So the very small amount of Republicans, the 8 in total that actually voted for this, can go with the remainder of those Democrats to make that. Basically, only a handful of Republicans needed to vote the Democrats to oust McCarthy. There are 435, so majority is 218. Yeah, but like I said, there was not enough voting, so 210 was the number. And so there was some that abstained from voting, and that could have changed if it was really close. Sometimes they'll call to vote. And like I said, there are 2 vacant seats in the House currently, so that would have made a difference as well. That lowers that number even further. But the Democrats are taking this as a gamble. So the Democrats are gambling on the fact that the Republicans can't get their shit together long enough to get together to elect a speaker, and eventually they can push Hakeem Jeffries and get a Democratic speaker. So they wouldn't control the chamber, but would have a Democrat as speaker. Yeah, they won't even vote till next Wednesday. So they're not in session, I don't believe, until the 9th. if I recall correctly, but it could be the 11th. But I thought they were out of session till the 9th officially, so they weren't gonna be working anyways. So this was a good time to do it. So the Democrats are joining because one, they can spin this ridiculously to make McCarthy and the Republicans look like the assholes they really actually are. And they'll use it for fundraising, and they'll use it for rhetoric and all that, and may be able to sneak Hakeem Jeffries in as speaker because of it. The hope is from the Democrats that they're dysfunctional enough to get really pissed off and say, fuck it, nuke the whole thing, because of how dysfunctional the Republicans can be at times, and the division in the party. Again, all it would take is a couple people to come over 218 or 208 to 210. Yeah. Yep. So there's an off chance that the Gaetz caucus, the America First caucus, could say, you know what, we're just gonna throw a wrench in the plans, and to hell with them, and we'll elect Hakeem Jeffries. Also, yeah, Tits, Democratic Speaker could refuse to bring Republican bills to the floor. Yes. And Sage, of course, the House cannot do any business without a Speaker at all. They have to spend time voting for a Speaker first, then they can start regular business again. De facto holds up the Senate as well. Yeah, our entire Congress, our entire executive branch is now completely stopped. Entirely stopped. Nobody can pass anything. Nothing can be done. It's almost like we got our government shut down anyways. So, it's always really interesting to see how the intricacies of it works. This very well could backfire for Gaetz. You could get on the other side of it. You could get some of these rhinos that just say, oh, to hell with it, since you burned down our speaker and we're in love with Kevin McCarthy, we're going to vote with the Democrats. Executive branch. No, sorry, I meant it also shuts down the president, but I said it incorrectly. So it shuts down the president because he can't sign anything because nothing's coming to his desk. So that's what I meant. Sorry. No, I know this is the legislative branch. I know that it also shuts... I meant to say it also shuts down the executive branch, but I don't think I said that very clearly, so I apologize. Because there's no bills going to the president's desk to be signed, the only way you can do it is executive order, which they haven't had any problem with doing in the past. But it slows many of the things like budgets and things of that nature, because the president can't propose and do his own budget. So part of the purse belongs to the U.S. Congress. So this shuts down the executive branch, it shuts down the legislative branch, and yeah, sorry, Sage and D's and Tits. I was bouncing around. My apologies. Good, if these jerks can't agree, we shouldn't pay. Yeah, I completely agree with that. We send you here for one job. If you can't get it right, that's not my problem. Figure it out. So I hope that helps, Digger. Let me look at the calendar. Dems can't lose here. Gaetz is risking it all in hopes that someone else from the Republican side that will vote for them. Exactly. Yep. And it's one hell of a chance. It's one hell of a risk. I know, Tits, and I appreciate it, buddy. Okay. No, you're absolutely correct. Actually, so I'll switch over just for a second. So, the 9th is a federal holiday. They're out of session until the 17th, October 17th. And so 45 days started on the 1st for the CR. So that takes us to the second week in November. They're only going to have a month, and I think it'd be reasonable to think that there's not a speaker until at least the 20th. I think the 20th would be the earliest you'd get a speaker. So they're going to have, and they're out of session the next week. So you're going to have a week, maybe 2, to extend the CR. So this runs us right into the next government shutdown. Which is interesting. It's another side of it. So yeah, so and they're taking another holiday on November 10th. The CR I think is up on the 14th or 15th, I believe. So this 14th or 15th is when the CR will expire. So they're literally going to have 4 days. And then 4 days here. So they have 8 days to pass a complete budget. Because all they have is CR right now. And you know they're not going to stay in office over Thanksgiving. So this next government shutdown is going to last a long, long time. They can. They're not going to. No, they won't. They won't do that. They certainly can. They're not going to. They haven't in the past. There's no incentive for them to do it now. I mean, they're still going to get a paycheck. What the hell do they care?
Magaziner.
They'll just use it for rhetoric for everybody hating everybody.
Man. Nay. Manning. Yay. Massey. Nay. Mast. Nay. Matsui. Yay. McBath.
Yeah. Hopefully we fix this.
Yay.
Hopefully we actually put
Paul.
forth the effort to actually
Nay.
fix it for real this
McLean.
time. Good. Wouldn't that be
Nay.
beautiful?
McClellan. Yay.
That's true.
McClintock.
It's true. You only have another. That's why I said it would be a long shutdown.
Cullum.
Because then you have
Yay.
New Year's, you have Christmas, so you're going to have another 8 to 10 days on the other
McCarty.
side of
Yay.
Thanksgiving. So
McGovern. Yay. McHenry.
we're talking about 3
Nay.
full work weeks.
Meeks. Yay.
If everything gets done
Menendez.
with one of the most
Yay.
contentious speaker elections
Yay.
that we
User.
maybe have ever had.
Nay. Mfume. Yay. Miller of Illinois. Nay. Miller of Ohio. Nay.
Believe what?
Miller of West Virginia.
I don't know what you're saying I don't
Miller
believe.
Meeks.
We do have a nice
Nay.
bridge in northern Michigan, though.
Mills.
So beautiful.
Mills. Molinar.
Oh, gross.
Molinar. Nay.
Oh, yeah.
Kinney.
Exactly.
Nay. Moore of Alabama. Nay. Moore of Utah. Nay. Moore of Wisconsin. Yay. Moran. Nay. Morelli. Yay.
Well, we can hope. We can
Moskowitz.
hope.
Yay.
We have to hope
Mormon.
at some point, or we have
Yay.
to change it.
Merman.
That's what it's come down to.
Yay.
We have to change it by any means necessary. We have to hope.
Yay. Murphy.
Hope that this isn't just a game.
Nadler. Yay. Napolitano. Yay. Neal. Yay. Nagoose. Yay. Nels. Nay.
Yeah.
Newhouse. Nay. Nickel. Yay. Norcross. Yay. Norman. Nay. None of Iowa. Nay.
Am I still up? Because Google just
Overnolte.
signed me out.
Nay. Ocasio-Cortez. Yay.
Fuckery.
Ogles. Nay. Omar. Yay. Owens.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they can't vote on anything and
Pallone.
fuck anything up, I'm okay with that too.
Palmer.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Nay.
If
Panetta.
they're not there, they can't do damage.
Yay. Pappas. Yay.
Hell yeah.
Pasquarel. Yay. Payne.
Awesome, send me.
Yay. Pelosi. Pelosi. Peltola.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it just signed me out of everything, so I wanted to check.
Perez. Yay. Perry. Nay. Peters. Yay. Pedersen. Yay. Fluger.
Absolutely.
Nay. Phillips. Yay.
You know it.
Pingree. Yay. Pocan. Yay. Porter.
He's pulling his cock out!
Yay. Posey. Nay. Presley. Yay. Quigley. Yay. Ramirez. Yay. Raskin. Yay. Reschenthaler. Nay. Rogers of Washington. Nay. Rogers of Alabama. Nay. Rogers of Kentucky. Nay. Rose. Nay.
What's also true.
Roosevelt. Yay. Ross. Yay. Rouser. Nay. Roy. Nay. Ruiz. Yay. Rupersberger. Yay. Rutherford. Nay. Ryan. Yay. Salazar. Nay. Salinas. Yay. Sanchez. Yay. Santos. Nay. Sarbanes. Yay. Scalise. Nay. Scanlon. Yay. Schakowsky. Yay. Schiff. Yay. Snyder. Yay. Skolton. Yay.
I might take the
Schreier.
kids to the res
Yay.
this year for Thanksgiving
Schweikert.
for the first time. I haven't been
Nay.
up there in a long time.
Austin Scott. Nay. David Scott.
Something different.
Yay. Scott of Virginia. Yay. Self.
Fuck you, jeez.
Nay. Sessions. Nay. Sewell. Yay. Sherman. Yay. Sherrill. Yay. Simpson. Nay. Slotkin. Yay. Smith of Missouri.
Oh yeah, Matt Moore,
Nay. Smith
like
of Nebraska.
a long crotch shot.
Smith of New Jersey. Nay. Smith of Washington. Yay. Smother. Nay. Sorensen. Yay.
Yeah, you're damn right.
Yay. Spanberger. Yay. Sparks.
Well, it's not so secret, but yes.
Nay. Stansberry. Yay. Stanton. Yay. Stauber. Nay. Steele. No. Stefanik. Nay. Style. Nay. Stubbe. Nay. Stevens. Yay. Strickland. Yay. Strong. Nay. Swalwell. Yay. Sykes.
Peng.
Sykes. Takano. Yay. Tenney. Nay.
I mean, we can work something
Pennyard.
out, but
Yay. Thompson of California. Yay. Thompson of Mississippi. Yay. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Nay. Tiffany. Nay. Timmons. Nay. Titus. Yay. Talib. Yay. Takuda. Yay. Tonko. Yay. Torres of California. Yay. Torres of New York. Yay. Trahan. Yay. Trone. Yay. Turner. Nay. Underwood. Yay. Valadao. Nay. Van Drew. No. Van Dyne. Nay. Van Orden. Nay. Vargas. Yay. Vasquez. Yay. Vesey. Yay. Velasquez. Yes. Wagner. Nay. Wahlberg. Nay. Waltz. Nay. Wasserman Schultz. Yay. Waters. Yay. Watson Coleman. Yay. Weber of Texas. Nay. Webster of Florida. Nay. Winstrup. Nay. Westerman.
Next
Nay.
time I have a party, I want this lady to
Yay.
come and just say
Wild.
yay over and over again.
Williams
Yay.
of Georgia.
Yay.
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 Williams of New York.
Yay.
Nay. Williams of Texas. Nay. Wilson of Florida. Yay. Wilson of South Carolina. Nay. Whitman. Nay. Womack. Nay. Yacom. Nay. Zinke. Nay. McCarthy. Nay.
Now I've got to go through these.
House will be in order. The clerk will now call the names of members that have not already been recorded alphabetically.
Banks. Nay. Bush. Bush. Kamek. Nay. Carter of Texas. Carter of Texas.
Here's what pisses me off. If
Tony
you don't
Gonzalez.
vote during your time, I think you shouldn't have a job anymore.
Gooden of Texas. Gooden of Texas. Luna. Luna. Mills. Nay. Pelosi. Pelosi. Peltola. Peltola.
Nancy didn't vote?
Sykes. Sykes.
Are there other members in this body who have not been recorded or who wish to change their vote?
I like that. Every not vote should cost them a day's salary. Yeah. We can only hope. I mean, no. No, I think she is retiring at the end of her term, isn't she? But I don't think she's out, is she? I could be wrong.
You got the tally? On this vote,
I have to agree.
the yeas are 216. The nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Damn. Wow. I knew the result, but shit. Still crazy to hear it. Cheese, do they do anything else of note? I don't think so.
House will come to order. The
But
chair
they
placed
might.
before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. This is to notify you that the first name on the letter received by the clerk pursuant to Clause 8B, 3B of Rule 1 is the Honorable Patrick T. McHenry of North Carolina. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 8B3 of Rule 1, I will now act as Speaker pro tem. The chair will inform the members of the House the following. The office of the Speaker was rendered vacant pursuant to the adoption of House Resolution 757. Upon a vacancy in the office of Speaker, Clause 8B3 of Rule 1 provides that the next member on a list submitted by the Speaker, pursuant to the rule, acts as Speaker pro tem until the election of a new Speaker, and bestows the authorities of the office of Speaker upon the Speaker pro tem to the extent necessary and appropriate to that end. In the opinion of the Chair, prior to proceeding to the election of a Speaker, it would be prudent to first recess for the relative caucus and conferences to meet and discuss the path forward.
Okay, no worries.
Accordingly, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
Damn. Damn, he.
And the U.S. House is now in a recess. A short time ago, lawmakers voting to remove California Representative Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker. The motion was offered
I think we
by
should watch that one more time.
To the rule, acts as Speaker pro tem until the election of a new Speaker, and bestows the authorities of the office of Speaker upon the Speaker pro tem to the extent necessary and appropriate to that end. In the opinion of the Chair, prior to proceeding to the election of a Speaker, it would be prudent to first recess for the relative caucus and conferences to meet and discuss the path forward. Accordingly, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
Damn. He gave it to that gavel. He pounded it like Cheese wants to pound Nancy.
And the U.S. House now in a recess.
That was regular speed. That second one, Eliza.
California Representative Kevin
Yeah.
McCarthy as House Speaker. The motion was offered by Florida's Matt Gaetz. The final vote tally was 260.
Burchett, Crane, Gaetz.
Oh, this is the call-in show. We don't want to listen to that. I gotta figure out where they bought that gavel from. Might need to get one of those. Military grade gavel. They'll probably send that shit to Ukraine. That will stop Putin in his tracks. Send the gavel. See, I'm already making changes that affect us. They saved us a shit ton of money. We'll defeat Putin. Democracy will win. Just send the gavel to Ukraine. He's very weak. He's a very, very small, weak man. I don't think it would do anything. All right, so next we're former Speaker Kevin McCarthy already gave his press conference. There were some interesting things in this, so we'll watch this through. Is it still live, or is he just really short
Good
with it?
evening, all. You know, President Abraham Lincoln once said, "I'm an optimist because I don't see any other way." If you ever come to my office, you'll see the portraits of Lincoln and Reagan. And I firmly believe if Reagan gave us advice, he would say, if you believe your principles bring people greater freedom, you should be happy about it. I've always been excited that I've been a happy conservative. But I've always believed that I've been so fortunate to be an American. My journey to this office was something people wouldn't understand. I grew up in a town of Bakersfield, California, the son of a firefighter, the grandson of immigrants. Parents worked hard, the youngest in my family. Didn't have great wealth. When got out of high school, I didn't have great grades. Couldn't get a scholarship, went to community college. Flipped cars to try to pay my way through it. Went to visit some buddies away in college for a weekend, stopped at the grocery store to cash a check, and I won the lottery. One of the first in California. It was before Biden economics. It was only 5,000, but it went much further back then. Took my folks to dinner, put the majority of the rest of the money into the stock market, and did pretty well. The next semester, I took a break from school. I went to buy a franchise, but no one said they would sell me one. I was only 20 years old.
Holy shit, that's Paul Pelosi's hammer. I finally put it together. That's why he was using it so aggressively. That's the only way to use Paul's hammer, is to use it aggressively. I'm glad we figured it out. Thank you, Patrick, for taking me down the pathway. See, maybe I should be speaker. I've already solved 2 problems in the last 3 minutes. I ended the war in Ukraine. I figured out where the gavel came from. I am incredible. See, I'm already starting.
But I learned then never to give up. So I opened my own business, selling sandwiches. 3 things I learned. First to work, last to leave, last to be paid. I wanted to finish my college degree. At that time, no one in my family had finished a 4-year degree. I did pretty well. I now had enough money that I could pay my way through school as long as I went to Cal State. So I sold my business, going to school. I opened up the local paper and said, be a summer intern in Washington, D.C. with my local congressman. I did not know this man, but I thought he'd be lucky to have me, so I applied. You know what he did? He turned me down. But you want to know the end of the story? I got elected to a seat I couldn't get an internship for. I ended up being the 55th Speaker of the House. One of the greatest honors. I loved every minute. And the one thing I will tell you is,
I'm glad, because there wasn't very many minutes.
Isn't always easy, but it is necessary. I don't regret standing up for choosing governance over grievance. It is my responsibility. It is my job. I do not regret negotiating. Our government is designed to find compromise. I don't regret.
Oh, you know he's throwing shit in his office now.
Coalitions and find solutions.
Yelling at people,
I was
smacking
raised to
interns.
solve problems, not create them. So I may have lost a vote today, but as I walk out of this chamber, I feel fortunate to have served the American people. I leave the speakership with a sense of pride, accomplishment, and yes, optimism. From the day I entered politics, my mission has always been to make tomorrow better than today. I fought for what I believe in, and I believe in this country of America. My goals have not changed. My ability to fight is just in a different form. You need 218. Unfortunately, 4% of our conference can join all the Democrats and dictate who can be the Republican Speaker in this House. I don't think that rule is good for the institution, but apparently I'm the only one. I believe I can continue to fight, maybe in a different manner. I will not run for Speaker again. I'll have the conference pick somebody else. I hope you realize that every day I did the job, regardless whether you underestimated me or not, I wanted to do it with a smile. I grew to enjoy you, even on your toughest days and your questions. I could always tell what day it was based upon your question. Monday, you would ask, if I could pass the bill. Tuesday was whether the rule would pass. Wednesday was the greatest challenge ever to my speakership. And Thursday, when we passed the bill, you didn't think it was a very big deal. And it all started again on Friday. You know, I wouldn't change a thing. I do believe, I got a new portrait in there too of Teddy Roosevelt. You all know the man in the arena, one of my favorite parts of it, who errs, who comes up short again and again, but there is no effort without error and shortcoming. Who spends himself in a worthy cause, who knows the triumph of high achievement, and if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly. I always like to take a risk. Saturday, I took a risk for the American public.
Hey, Light Rain.
Regardless what anybody says, no one knew whether that would pass. The Democrats didn't want that bill. Yes, they pull a fire alarm. Yes, they do their conga line. Yes, they wanted to delay. But it was all for the American people. I could not look the troops in the eye and say I would not pay them. For those who spoke on the floor, I thank them for their positive talks. I don't know what those who voted against and said there was some deal, they were never a part of any deal. For those who said about what we accomplished, I'm proud of what we accomplished. From the Parents' Bill of Rights to our energy bill. But if they want to hold me liable because the Senate didn't take it up or the President didn't take it up, that's politics, for what I know. But the one thing I do know, this country is too great for small visions of those 8. To any child that are listening and who are coming to visit the Capitol, this is a place I want you to visit. I liked opening the Capitol back up again. I liked taking away the metal detectors. I liked committees being able to work. I liked people being able to visit. I hope you liked being able to be back in. I think it was important that members actually show up to work as well. You know, to paraphrase Lou Gehrig, he said, I might have been given a bad break, but I truly still consider myself to be the luckiest man on the face of the earth. There's no other country that you could rise to be the 55th Speaker, not get an internship, and be able to fight for the American public. So it was my greatest honor to be able to do it. I love my conference well. I love to be able to I've been a part of the leadership team for quite some time. We won 2 majorities. As leader, I'm proud of the fact we only gained races, only gained seats. I'm proud of the fact as a Republican leader, we elected more women. We elected more minorities. We expanded the base. I'm proud of the fact that for the 5 years I was leader, 2 election cycles, we gained 5 more seats in California, 5 more in New York. We won in places no one thought we could win. The same thing, you would underestimate me. You always said we'd lose each time around. We kept gaining. I intend to make sure that we gain and keep the majority in the next cycle as well. With that, I look forward to your positive questions. Yes. Oh, I'll look at that.
You still obviously command a lot of loyalty within the conference. We've heard you say approximately 10,000 times that you never give up. So I'm wondering, why not? Why did you make the decision not to put your name forward again and try to grind it out like you did when you won the job in the first place?
Holy shit, he's thinking about stepping down from Congress?
To move forward. And I'll never give up on the American people. That doesn't mean I have to be Speaker to do what I have to do for the American people. There's a lot of things I could do for the American people. But you know what's interesting? Everybody's sitting there. In today's world, if you're sitting in Congress and you took a gamble to make sure government was still open, and 8 people can throw you out as Speaker, and the Democrats who said they wanted to keep government open, I think you've got a real divide. I think you've got a real institutional problem. Interesting, it was in this room after we had won the majority, I had become Speaker last, and Nancy Pelosi came to me. She was Speaker at the time on the way out. And I told her I was having issues with getting enough votes. And she said, what's the problem? I said, they want this one
one person can rule you out. She was the only speaker to have changed that rule. I had the power to call the vote on her, but I never would. I lost some votes because of it. And she said, just give it to him. I'll always back you up. I made the same offer to Boehner and same thing to Paul, because I believe in the institution. I think today was a political decision by the Democrats. And I think the things they have done in the past hurt the institution. When they just
So
started
now we're starting to
removing
hear
people
the
from
truth.
committee.
They're starting
They
to
just
tell you
started doing the
that
other things. And
it's all
my
uniparty
fear is
and
the
it doesn't
institution
matter.
fell today. Because you can't do the job if 8 people, you have 94% of, or 96% of your entire conference, but 8 people can partner with the whole other side. How do you govern? And for them to make a motion on me because I made a decision for the country that they agreed with, but they choose to do the other, that becomes a problem. Yes, sir.
I'm endorsing a successor to you, and then
I might. I might. Yeah.
who would that be?
I don't know who's running it. I'll talk to people.
And when you look back, is there anything you could have done differently to what those 8 members?
Yeah, a lot of them I helped get elected, so I probably should have picked somebody else. You know, you know, I love these 200. They've gone through so much. They're down in the conference. They want me to. They'll say they're going to keep voting for me. I think you should put the country first. You know, this job was never about me. I hope you felt that I always felt, what can we do best to move forward? I mean, I treated Hakeem the way I wanted to be treated. I'd tell him things we were doing throughout, so he never was questioned. I wanted to bring the body back differently. We created a select committee on China. I changed the Intel committee. They just came back from MIT where they all had bipartisan briefing on AI and quantum. Started doing briefings with AI the whole conference of Republicans and Democrats alike. We're far from solving that problem, but I'm proud of what we were able to do there. So we'll continue. Yes, sir.
When did you make this decision? Did you know the vote eventually succeeded that you would not run again, or was this right afterwards?
You know, not all those 8, but these are the same people that never voted for me. They thought it was big. They went to present after we went through 15 rounds. Why do I do something for myself that can hurt the country? Why create? I'm not quite sure those individuals are looking to be productive. It concerns me as a Republican based upon watching what they do. I want to be a Republican and a conservative that governs. And we're going to have to find our way to do that. The challenge is we had so many opportunities. These are the same people that sat on the floor and criticized me that we didn't get all 12 spending bills done, but we first had to do a debt ceiling that they didn't support. They held up every appropriation bill in the summer because they wouldn't let it come through. After the debt ceiling, they stopped us from doing anything on the floor. When we had a continuing resolution that would do something on the border, I listened to one talk about how it made him think about the border and when he voted against it. And then they wanted to challenge me because I worked with the other side so America could go forward and government could stay open. You know, if you have to lose for something, I will always lose for the country. It is a much better battle to have. Yes, sir. Change the rules. Do you think I let it? I mean, for the whole point, I mean, if you talk about like a Gaetz, Gaetz came to the whole conference and said, we will never use this. We'll never use this, you know. I mean, this is a man that sat there on the 14th vote and said, okay, I'm going to vote for you next time, and falls back and not. So, I mean, it's just the trustworthiness of a lot of individuals. It makes it difficult. But I do not think, regardless of who the speaker is, that you should have that rule. You know, everybody had it but Pelosi, but it was never used until it started getting used against Boehner. And if the entire other, if you can always count on the other party to vote in the block against it, then you're allowing 4 to 5 people to control whatever. So it doesn't matter even if you have 96%. So that is not a government that works. That is chaotic.
Last question.
Yeah. Okay, right, go right ahead.
I hear you talking about the challenge of Republicans. I wonder what you think this means, what this says about the Republican Party.
I don't think it says about the Republican Party. I think it says something about some people who are not a conservative. I mean, if you were a conservative and you only had one entity making the battle and you vote against securing the border, you vote against cutting this wasteful spending, and then you partner with all the Democrats. Now you'll phrase it all the other different ways. That's not a conservative. Look, you all know Matt Gaetz. You know it was personal. It had nothing to do about spending. It had nothing to do about everything he accused somebody of he was doing. It all was about getting attention from you. I mean, we're getting email fundraisers from him as he's doing it. Join in quickly. That's not governing. That's not becoming of a member of Congress. And regardless of what you think, I've seen the text. It was all about his ethics. But that's all right.
Mr. Murphy, can I just clarify really quickly from the first question? Are you considering resigning?
No, I said, he asked about that. I haven't thought about that. I said, yeah.
And then just on where you're placing the blame, you said an institution is...
Look. No. I'm not going to blame anybody. There's not blame anywhere. Look, I give it as good as I get it, right? So you know the challenge. I knew going in. You would take a poll all the time. Is he going to get thrown out this week? But you know what? If I lose my job over doing what I truly believe what's right, I'm very at peace with it. You asked earlier, like, when did I decide? I knew they would make the motion on me. It didn't make one bit of difference. I felt very comfortable in that decision. And I think the American public believed that decision was right. That's the conference's decision.
Mr. Carter, now, you mentioned that you were looking to maybe help instill in another way. Would you consider having a position somewhere in Congress, whether it's leadership or the chairmanship? Can you talk about that?
No. There's a lot of great people in conference. There's always other people to do jobs. It is amazing the talent that we had. And the one thing I've always hoped as Speaker that we lifted more of that talent up. I look at people doing a lot of different jobs and the different opportunities we did, and they're doing an exceptional job. We have so much talent. It is remarkable. Yes.
Was this kind of in your mind a little bit preordained from the beginning? Obviously, it was a much more narrow majority than what you anticipated. What Republicans considered 15 rounds, the longest speaker's race since 1859. And then
I made history, didn't I?
It was well, we did do that, yeah. But was that kind of always thought that it was inevitably going to go this because of the narrow majority and because the writing might have been on the wall?
Well, would any of you think if it took that long and you had a one person, you knew it was always a possibility, so that was fine. Didn't bother me, didn't change any of my decision I made. But it was interesting. I read a tweet the other day of Matt Rosendale. He goes to Mass every day. But you know what he said his prayer was all last year? That Republicans didn't have a big victory, that they had a narrow victory. When you have members like that are part of your team, you got a tough team. You know, look, when I was in business, I got to hire and fire who worked with me. Somebody else hires them, somebody else fires them. My job was to inspire them. I think we did some good work, and I think we'll continue to do great work. Yes, sir.
Can you reflect back on 2010 when you guys were the young guns, right? You, Paul Ryan.
Eric Cantor, yeah.
Now, all three of you guys have been essentially...
Well, we're not that young anymore.
Well, all three of you have been pushed out by so-called more conservative members.
No, let's be fair, and it's wrong that you ever said.
Check Ozzy's previous comment.
They are not conservative. They voted against One, the greatest cut in history that Congress has ever voted for, $2 trillion. They voted against work requirements. They voted against NEPA reform. They voted against border security. They voted against, they don't get to say they're conservative because they're angry and they're chaotic. That's not the party I belong to. The party of Reagan was if you believed in your principles that you could govern in a conservative way. They are not conservatives and they do not have the right to have the title. Yes.
Are you worried that Donald Trump will turn your party in this direction that makes it difficult to govern, makes it difficult to get conservative?
Why do you say that?
Big words coming from
Because your question
Rhino.
doesn't hold true to history. When Donald Trump was president, we did tax reform. You can look at all of our different successes. So, I mean, you may dislike the policy, but we've been very successful. You watched the Abraham Accords. I mean, you can go victory after victory. The price of gas, we were energy independent at the time. We had more businesses growing at the time. We didn't have to evacuate our embassies. You know, it's easy on its merit to see the difference of what Biden has destroyed America to what the policies we were able to create. Yes, sir.
Can I ask you, what about your conversation with Stephen Jeffries? What did he ask from you? What were you asking from him?
No, we didn't ask for anything.
You didn't ask for anything at all? You didn't ask anything, impeachment inquiry or anything like that?
No. And, you know, I have a lot of respect for Hakeem. He wants to win the majority. I heard what they said in conference, you know. Why would they vote for me if I've won every time as leader? I raised 70% of all the money. It's an opportunity for them. The real question to the 8, why would you enable and allow the Democrats to do it? That's the question, yes.
Do you regret making concessions to those holdouts?
What
See,
concessions did I make?
They're already setting it up. They're gonna elect Jeffries and say, "Oh, we have to continue the work and blah blah blah."
Look, I'm
Watch
not
it.
going to
Calling it
no.
now. Planting my flag.
I'm a Republican. I win by Republicans and I lose by Republicans. It's not that way. And so, did I work with? I believe you should work across the aisle. I worked across the aisle at times. Do I want to make the bill the most conservative possible? Yes, that's the goal. It's difficult when you can't get 218 for the conservative bill. And then they want to challenge you when you went and solved and kept the government open. Yes, sir.
For the last few months, you've been a firewall against the debt ceiling crisis, government shutting down.
We did pretty well, didn't we?
How big of a risk do you think a shutdown is in November without you as speaker?
Oh, other people can do the job. You know, it's interesting. I've never received so many texts from so many senators about how big a play we just did the other day, or how many congratulations about the debt ceiling and the other. I mean, if I would go back to the days before the debt ceiling, none of you even thought I'd get a meeting with the president. All of you'd ask me, is it going to fall off the cliff? End of the day, we worked an agreement out. Some of those people got mad about it, but 2/3, the highest number of Republicans ever voted for a debt ceiling when you had it. And you only negotiated based upon the deal we went. That was the moment they wanted to go after, and that's what they continue to follow through.
You mentioned that
Yeah.
you don't mind negotiating, you think that's part of the job.
You should. Look, government's designed that you have to have compromise. No, you can't get everything that you want. You know, you got a House, you got a Senate, but you had more to the question.
Well, my question was just going to be that some of the criticism leveled at you today by both Democrats and by Republicans is that perhaps you've been too transactional.
In which way?
Part about keeping your word.
In which word did I not keep? Name one thing I did not keep.
Gaetz says that there's several things you didn't keep from January.
Oh, no, tell me. What did Gaetz say? What did I not keep in Gaetz' mind? Because Gaetz had never been a part of a discussion. Just because Gaetz said something, don't believe it's true. I haven't heard him say one true thing yet.
Democrats say you reneged
On what? On what?
on the debt ceiling.
That is not true. So no. If you're going to ask the question, you're going to say it. Tell me how I did something different on the debt ceiling bill. Any of you. Tell me what I did different on the debt ceiling, that I didn't keep my word.
You said it was a floor, you said it was a ceiling.
Is it not a ceiling? Okay, this is the Okay, no. When you agree to spending levels, that's the maximum amount you can spend. This is what is wrong with Washington. Because it's the height that you can spend, you can also spend less. We're a different body. So does any of you believe then the Senate broke their word on the debt ceiling? Because they spent more than the limit. But somehow I'm wrong because I want to save the taxpayers more money. We're our own body. I have 2 children. If I give them each $100 for dinner and one spends 100 and one spends 80, am I going to yell at the one who spent 80 and said, oh my God, you got to spend it all? It's not our money. And why am I getting criticized because I'm fighting for the American people that we can eliminate waste? And you know what? We're our own body. So if we can pass the bills, and the Senate can pass the bills, but they pass them higher, but they haven't passed anything, somehow I'm wrong? I kept my word. I did not spend over the limit. They broke their word.
You don't feel you're too transactional?
Okay, you used the word, how was I transactional? If you ask a question, I want you to show an example. Give me an example.
The definition is basically this for that.
So what did I do this for that?
Well, on the Ukraine, on the CR, you've been talking about leaving in, leaving it out, and then finally put it out.
No, you're making no sense. What transactional did it? No, I did no transactional. I tried to pass a conservative stopgap measure that secured the border and actually cut spending. When that didn't go, the only bill that was going was sitting over in the Senate that had a stopgap measure, disaster, and Ukraine. I made a decision as Speaker to keep the government open, and I put something on the floor, and let me get this straight to all of you. Because someone said I did wrong. 72-hour rule, I'm the only one who's lived by it. We're the ones who created it. We never broke the 72-hour rule. The bill I put on the floor was a suspension, which takes a 2/3 vote. And you know what? You can put a suspension on a rule, and you can waive it based upon the leadership. That's exactly what I followed. So my question to you is when somebody says something, don't take it that it's gospel. Why don't you ask them to point? When Gaetz said I didn't follow, said, show me one place. You saw Massey. Thomas Massey, who is the hardest line person, say we followed all the rules all the time. That he was in the room when the agreement was made, and then we surpassed what we said we would do. So if you ask me a question, I'm going to answer back because when it's not true, it's not fair.
How important is it that the Speaker of the House be a member of the institution? Some members are floating in the former President Trump.
They always float some of them. Yes, you had. Okay. First of all, you got to be in the institution to understand how it works. And look, it's legal to have somebody else. I just do not think that would ever be good. Do I regret? You start with this question. No, I don't think you've ever been positive on yet, but come on. I have high hope. This is going to be exciting. That's a good thing. Okay, let's get through this. I personally like Tim Burchett, and I called Tim Burchett because I read his quote. And Tim Burchett's a friend of mine, which I'm kind of shocked by this. And Tim Burchett, in his quote, said he's leaning towards no, he's on CNN, but I'm going to pray about it. So I pick up the phone and call him because I didn't think he was already there. I said, Tim, I read your quote. You said you're going to pray about it. I wanted to talk to you about it. And somehow he construes that I'm a Christian. I'm not going to offend somebody. I simply read his quote back. I thought there was still an opening, and I wanted to talk to him about it. He never mentioned anything when we were communicating like that. And he said, Nancy Mace is a whole nother story. Okay. Let's just be honest here. This is the one that I just got a text from a primary opponent saying, "Why'd you spend $3 million?" But I called Nancy Mace's chief of staff yesterday, and because I called the chief of staff. Well, she was on The View saying I didn't keep my word, so I didn't know what to... Listen, I can't say this in the press, but okay. But so, no, you keep it among yourselves, right? Wait till my book. No. So I call her chief of staff because, I don't know, maybe I don't connect her with something else, but I just said to him, I said, can you please tell me, I don't understand, where have I not kept my word? You know what her chief of staff said? You have kept your word, 100%. Members come to me, and one thing, I don't like the idea that a member comes and tries to leverage me. I don't go for that. You know, I'll vote for the bill you do. That's not well. But if you have a problem with the bill, I want to help you. But I can't sit there and write your entire bill and work it all the way through committee. We just got our one bill out. And it came back, the other bill doing on guns, it just wasn't working. Do you want to do something else? We did something else. I just don't appreciate, look, I bite my lip. I let people say things that are not true, but it's not right. It is not right. Her chief of staff told all of us we have kept every single one of our words. And he said he's told her that too. Now, if somehow he gets fired, I'll still get him a job.
Last question.
Yeah. Well, I'm being too honest now?
Your argument about the health of the institution might have resonated with more Democrats, if not for your response to January 6th. Do you regret it?
Oh, my God. No, but do I regret the Democrats playing games with January 6th? Yes. They played so many politics. What they did to this institution and what they did to this building was so wrong. The idea that they put magnetometers there, the idea that they would go to any Republican member that they had been co-sponsors of bills and they no longer could be a co-sponsor, that they would find members $5,000 if the magnetometers went on, but when Nancy went around it or Clyburn was supposed to get a fine, it all got waived. The idea that bills didn't have to go through committee, the idea is they created a select committee on January 6th and they wouldn't let the minority appoint who to do it. Look, I'm trying to change all that and bring the body back to they can work together. But I think they did a lot of damage to us. Yes, sir.
The House is trying to pass the appropriations bills one by one. What are your expectations for that process now that you're not?
Well, that's always been my goal. You know, I just talked to Mitch yesterday, and I had to call into Schumer, and I talked to Hakeem last night. What I was going to do is, because we had taken 5 up, we passed 4 of them. I was going to start individually pre-conferencing so we can get this work done. I'm concerned with the timeline now. Look, I truly believe at the end of the day we can get this all worked out. I do believe at the end of the day we could find common ground and do something about the border. I don't know if this has caused problems. Look, I was doing Squawk today and they had the other TV on, MSNBC. The first time I saw MSNBC running a whole story about the border with people just walking across. You know, Pritzker sent a letter yesterday about the immigration. Massachusetts governor, state of emergency. Connecticut. Everybody is becoming the #1. They cannot ignore it. And I had told my members all before, I heard Gaetz say some on the floor that, oh my God, Kevin asked for a stopgap measure when we came back. The whole plan was because those 8 and a few more had held up passing any of these approach bills all summer, I was going to do just what we did Saturday, a stopgap measure with disaster. I'd gone out to Hawaii. We looked what happened in Florida. Those people shouldn't be held back. And we could finish doing it all individually, but somehow they think that's a dirty word. Yes. Oh, yeah, we Jackson Color. Oh, you know, my poor mom. Have you guys met my mom yet? My mom's fabulous. My mom's this Italian lady. And she calls me the other day. She said, oh, she gets worried. She reads what you guys write. And she says, I'm so nervous. I said, why, Mom? It's all right. She said, last night, she went in the house and she left her car running in the garage all night long, right? And my mom only fills her car up once a week at Costco on Wednesdays, then calls me because the price, she still lives in California, the price of gas is so high. She asked me what I'm going to do about it. But look, I think this job is always harder on your loved ones than you yourself. So they'll be okay.
Mr. Howard, did you make a side deal with the White House
No.
on Ukraine?
No. Look, unequivocally no. Oh, well, if you want to categorize this, let me see, because people think some big side deal. I did tell when we were doing the stopgap measure, there was a concern in there, does it have transferability on money? I believed and my staff believed it did, but what I did say to the White House, if it does not, If you think some way it doesn't do it the way you would, I will fix that. I did say that, and I did say I do it. Look, I support arming Ukraine. That doesn't mean sending them cash,
trying to be
but arming
personable.
Ukraine. But I have been on the White House, even before they sent this supplemental, I said, you guys are doing it all wrong by just sending us a supplemental. And I think the president is failing here because he's not telling the American public what is the mission. You know, we have a lot of members who are Navy SEALs who've been in theater and F-18 pilots, and they're frustrated. They want to support, but they don't want to support an ever-ending war. They want to see what's going on here. And I've really been on the White House. You've got to come down and talk to everybody, but you should listen to them and the prospects. I'm really concerned, though, long-term. What's happening around looks a lot like the 1930s. A lot of actions that Putin takes is very similar to Hitler. If you are history buffs, you'll know Hitler served in the World War I army, right? He hated that his country collapsed and they signed the Treaty of Versailles. And what did he do? He ran and created a new party and ran in democracy again and again and again until he won. And when he won, what did he do? He took the freedoms away. And then he rebuilt his military, and even though it went against the Treaty of Versailles, the world powers said nothing. And then what did he do? He took part of Czechoslovakia. He took Austria. And then he told the entire world he's going to take the rest of it on a given day. So now the world power could not sit back, so in come Neville Chamberlain. But what had happened?
Oh, it's up, Jeff.
Well, Hitler loved it because he was equal now to the world power, but he saw weakness. Neville Chamberlain made him sign a piece of paper and told us peace for our time. And then he invaded Poland the next year, and World War II began. If you study Putin, Putin didn't serve in the Soviet Union army, but he served in the KGB. He hated that his country collapsed to the West. He hated it so much when Gorbachev died, he still didn't attend the funeral. What did he do? He rebuilt his military. But he learned something. A military makes you strong, but dependency makes you weak. He rebuilt it by selling his natural gas to Europe. But when his pipeline that went through Ukraine, when they changed power, he didn't want to pay. So he proposed a new pipeline, Nord Stream 2. Everybody loved it. America at least sanctioned it. Merkel said, great. But what did he do when he rebuilt his military? Invaded Georgia, took part of the Donbass, took Crimea. And the world
Oh, you mean the
really
what
didn't say
that
much.
the United
But then
States
they
blew up?
tossed
Is that
100,000 troops
the
on the
Nord
border
Stream
of
you're talking
Ukraine.
about?
And after he watched Afghanistan collapse, that's going to give us challenges for the next 2 decades. He got his meeting with the world power. So in comes Biden. And what does Biden do? He lifts the sanctions off Nord Stream 2, but asks nothing for it. Putin misreads that and invades Ukraine, thinking it would collapse in 2 weeks based upon Afghanistan. But now we have something even worse that's happened in the 1930s. Before Hitler moved, he created an axis of power, right? With Italy and Japan, all countries who wanted to expand their sphere of influence. Before Putin invaded Afghanistan, what did he do? Create an axis of power with China, North Korea, and Iran, all countries who want to expand their sphere of influence. So what we do here is very important. We can't sit there and just collapse it, because it'll look from Afghanistan. We can't just throw money at it. If we provide the weapons to be successful, but why it's so much personal to me, in 2014 or 2015, when Putin invaded the first time, I went to Ukraine. And then I came back. And I took a bipartisan group, and we went to the White House. And we sat in the Situation Room with then the vice president who was in charge of Ukraine, Joe Biden. And we advocated, let's sell them javelins so they can stop tanks. So they wouldn't invade. He said no. He said Europeans wouldn't want it. I said, well, why don't we sell them to them now and keep them in Poland then? Didn't think that was right. And I fear of making the same mistake twice and sending the wrong messages. But the thing I would tell everybody is, more Americans are dying on the southern border than are dying in Ukraine. Each and every day, a plane of Americans crash.
Right now.
And I don't understand how the White House continues to ignore it. My whole plan, and I've been upfront from the very beginning, what I would say, if you want anything on Ukraine, we got to do something with the border.
Mr. President, you mentioned earlier you regret helping get some of these.
I was joking. They're all right.
Considering supporting primary challenges to any of these eight Republicans?
Well, you know, one of the things when I was running for speaker, that said I couldn't get involved in primaries. But I told the conference I'm a free agent now, aren't I? I think I'm pretty good at electing people.
Mr. President, when was the last time you spoke to President Biden, and do you expect to now?
You know, I was thinking about that. It's been a long, long time. I couldn't remember when I spoke to him last. You know, I've worked with a couple different presidents. I would have thought, I thought we had built some respect for one another going through the debt ceiling. I know he got frustrated with me, but, and I have a great deal of respect for the people in his office I worked for. Rachetti and all them, I think they're, look, we have different philosophies, Schwanza and the others. They're smart, I respect them, they were honest, and I thought we made a good agreement. As a president, I would engage more. I think being hands-on, look, you're the leader of the free world. All the other presidents, I think bringing people together is a better way, talking through stuff. When you're in those rooms, you can talk about all sorts of things.
Do you think opening an impeachment inquiry into him and the behavior of his son might have contributed to that?
To what part?
What part about you guys not communicating very much?
No, let's talk about that. You guys play, and remember what impeachment inquiry is. It is simply the ability to give the House, Republicans and Democrats, the power when you request for information. So if you were lawmakers, and I hold you in high esteem because you are investigative reporters in America, you're supposed to cover this stuff. When I came into power, I didn't know anything.
Oh yeah, they're doing such a great job covering shit.
When he was vice president, that his family created 20 shell companies. I had no idea about that. Not saying that's wrong. I did not know they got 16 of the 17 payments from Romania while he was vice president, and he was supposed to be in charge of Romania. I didn't know that. I had no idea when a whistleblower came to us and said that the FBI has an informant they still pay who claims that the president was bribed by $5 million. And what's interesting, we had to fight to get that document. And when we got that document, it said it would be hard to find because he has a lot of shell companies. Then I had no idea that IRS agents would come to us. How would I know? They'd come to us and say, look, we've worked for 16 years. We don't have any political basis on the other side, but we're concerned with what's happened here. That DOJ allowed the statute of limitations.
Harford Road, and there they will find a Baltimore officer who will be available at that location to answer any questions. Let's go back to this other vantage point from up high in the sky, a Skyfox team. They're just giving us a better look at all the law enforcement. You can see so many police vehicles, also first responders.
We'll touch on this real quick since you guys, a couple people brought it up. So,
possibly more victims. And right now, what we're really waiting for is more information on the suspects, if they got away, if they are in custody. But Baltimore police set to give us another update as we continue to monitor this situation. I do want to rehash some of the stuff that we heard from our Fox 5 team down there in D.C. They're, of course, covering this extensively with team coverage at the moment, trying to get us the latest as we wait for these new details, these new developments to come in. But let's go back out to our partners at Fox 5 DC and let's see if they have learned any details in the last few minutes.
I'm just going to let this play so I don't interrupt what they're saying.
Let's get back back to that breaking news out of Baltimore tonight. Police responding to an active shooter situation on campus at Morgan State University. Sky Fox over the scene live right now. You can see that large emergency response across campus. We're also seeing video from the ground showing a dorm window that was shot out. If we can take that video, that would be great. Students there on campus are sheltering in place right now. We also just heard from one student at the top of the hour who tells us she is safe but fearful as this police activity continues across campus. We're also learning, according to Morgan State's social media page on Twitter, that this week is homecoming week and a coronation event was taking place tonight at the Fine Arts Center on campus. That Fine Arts Center is one of two buildings that police are asking students to avoid. It is still unclear exactly how many victims have been shot there, but police say at least 4 people were injured. We will bring you the latest right here on Fox 5 and fox5dc.com as new details come into our newsroom.
Pepco. And we will also continue to check in with them down there. Of course, they are still trying to learn more details as we are here at Live Now from Fox. They have multiple reporters on the ground there working to speak with law enforcement, speak with potential witnesses in that scene. All the latest you will also get here at Live Now from Fox. We are coordinating with them. One more look at that podium that is being set up on the scene, just giving us that indication that police spokespeople for them will be there to answer more questions, provide new details and any developments in this very active situation happening right there in Baltimore, Maryland, at the campus of Morgan State University. We're going to step away for our second commercial break of the hour. When we come back, hopefully we have some more information about this very active scene. And we will also be looking back to some of the top headlines of the day, rehashing some of those big stories, so don't go anywhere. Live Now from Fox will return right after this.
We'll go back and finish up McCarthy. We only have like 3 minutes left while they're on commercial.
Because when they went and told the FBI, they told them. And then they even told the inaugural committee, I don't know how that play in, that the DOJ would call Hunter Biden's attorneys and tell them they didn't even know about a storage unit with all the papers before they could go there. The president told us he never had a meeting. He never talked to his son. Look, when he said he never talked to his son, I didn't believe that. I don't think it's wrong if you talk to your son. I want you to talk to your kids about anything, right? Doesn't mean you're influencing something. But he literally, I had no idea that the partner to Hunter Biden that also served on the Ukrainian Energy Board said they would literally call into meetings. And then he said that they were getting a lot of pressure, Burisma, to do something about the Ukraine prosecutor. And I did know the president told the entire country that he withheld $1 billion of American taxpayer money to get rid of the prosecutor. And then we found out that the president not only called into meetings, that he went to Cafe Milano. He went to Cafe Milano more times and met with the foreign business partners of Hunter Biden than he has gone to the border in 50 years. But with each meeting that you went to Cafe Milano, and I've never had this happen. I've been to Cafe Milano, but I've never gotten a new Porsche the next day, and I never got $3 million wired to me from a Russian oligarch. So if you knew all of that, would you?
Yeah, it was only 1.5 million.
I think there's more things. We've never asked for the tax or the bank statements of the president, of Hunter, or anybody else. And these 20 shell companies had credit cards that were being paid. Now, this laptop that was supposed to be Russian that we now found out was Hunter, in there, he did say his father would take the money from him. He did make, and we did find out that the president, I didn't know this when I became speaker, used another name while he was vice president for emails. And in one of the emails, it said that it only went to him and his son, Hunter, and it was about a phone call he was going to have with the president of Ukraine. Now, if you knew all of that, would you say, oh, I don't have any more questions? Or would you at least, as a lawmaker, and you have a role here, wouldn't you at least say, okay, well, we're going to have to go get some more documents. And if you're going to get more documents, I just want to make sure if they're going to fight it and string everything out, that we can get it. That's all impeachment inquiry. Now, if that made the president upset, maybe he shouldn't have lied to us from the beginning. Yes.
Former President Trump was very active in supporting you when you won the gavel calling members. Mr. Gaetz, I know you keep saying Mr. Gaetz is not telling the truth on several things. You claimed today that the president was supportive of what he was doing to remove you. What was your experience talking to him?
I doubt if that's true. Yes, ma'am.
You spoke about the fundraising prowess and the impact you had in
Right.
the minority this year. Last year, are you nervous that because of
Yeah.
Look, I didn't say that. I was just told that by Democrats in their conference. That's what helped them make their decision. But a lot of the frontline, I think their quote was, why would we help the person that becomes our executioner? So, I mean.
Do you think that today's events will hurt the conference's chances of expanding the majority?
No, I'm sure Matt Gaetz will give the NRCSC a lot of money. He raised a lot online.
You mentioned that Gaetz did
I'm not quite sure. I don't need to find out either. Look, judge me by my enemies.
Have you spoken to the former president at any point today?
No.
So much of this area of strategy
I'm watching the other as well, so
find consensus,
we got about
conservative option, trying
60 seconds left.
Do you think that was the right tactic? Should Congress do that going forward, or would it
Well, let me ask you this.
negotiate with Democrats earlier?
Let me ask you this. Would we ever gotten the debt ceiling? Schumer said never talk to us. Schumer went on a Sunday show, watch, Kevin's going to break. The president said he would never talk to me, that we just had to raise it. Had we not passed the bill, we never got it. So yes, I think it worked well. All right, yes.
What kind of role do you see yourself and want to see yourself playing in the party moving forward? Is that campaigning or is there any other type of role?
Well, no, I'll continue to help all the way possible. Look, I've been very fortunate. When I came to Congress in my second term, I got to be chief deputy whip. I got to be majority whip. I got to be majority leader. I've been minority leader, and I've been speaker. I've been blessed. And there's something about 10,000 hours. I believe in it, a lot of different experience. And I believe in bringing new blood up and helping them, and I want to help them all the way. Look, I enjoy you. I don't know if you'll cover me as much, but I'm sure I won't miss you, but see you soon.
Report to the Safeway parking lot at 4401 Harford Road.
Kind of a smart-ass leave.
A BPD officer will be available at that location. So again, a lot of people are very nervous and concerned, understandably.
The press
with this
conference is
situation.
momentarily. That should be there
With
any moment,
an active
they said.
shooter on a
So.
campus. Unfortunately, it's a story that we do cover time and time again here all over the news. And this one just happening tonight. We got word of this less than an hour ago. And we brought it to you immediately, just trying to give you all these different pictures and give you a better look at what's going on down there in Baltimore, Maryland. We've been dipping in with our partners down at Fox 5 DC. Also, they have reporters on the ground asking law enforcement.
Boys and girls, I'm going to step away and grab a quick
trying to get
tinkle.
all that information.
Yeah, I said
We
tinkle.
also
Deal with
continue
it.
to wait for any new
Don't break
developments here
anything.
at Live Now
And
from Fox.
geez, leave your
In
pants
the
on.
meantime, while we continue to monitor these feeds and wait for Baltimore police to step up to that podium and give us the latest details, I want to rehash some of the biggest news of the day. And of course, that comes out of Capitol Hill. Before, it was that looming government shutdown, and now the aftermath of it. We know that over the weekend, a temporary funding bill was passed through members of Congress. House Speaker McCarthy, now formally known as House Speaker McCarthy, officially ousted after the Florida Representative Matt Gaetz voted for that, filed that motion. Today, the vote was put forth to House members, and officially the Speaker no longer the Speaker of the House. Let's take a live look right now out of Washington, D.C., the Capitol building. That scene from earlier today where all of that took place. So McCarthy was removed with a 216 to 210 vote, and the ouster was started again by Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. After McCarthy's reliance on Democrats to give the necessary votes to avoid a government shutdown last week, a vote to remove the Speaker of the House has not taken place in over 100 years. And this is the first time in American history that a House Speaker has actually been removed. So big news of the day and a historic moment here in the U.S. I want to get a full breakdown, however, from our Fox News correspondent, Rebecca Castor. She has the details on this very big day in Capitol Hill.
A historic day on Capitol Hill as the House has voted to remove its Speaker for the first time.
The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
In a Republican rumble on Capitol Hill between a far-right Florida congressman and the House leader of the GOP, Congressman Matt Gaetz successfully led the effort to strip Speaker Kevin McCarthy of his gavel.
Kevin McCarthy is chaos. I think $33 trillion in debt is chaos. I think that facing a $2.2 trillion annual deficit is chaos.
The ousting comes after McCarthy relied on Democrats to pass a funding bill to keep the government running, a position he was in after his own party failed to come together on a Republican version.
At the end of the day, keeping government open and paying our troops was the right decision. I stand by that decision. And at the end of the day, if I have to lose my job over it, so be it.
House Democrats were strongly encouraged to vote against McCarthy.
The Republicans are in the middle of a civil war that is causing chaos, dysfunction, and extremism.
This is the mess he's created for himself, and he has to figure out how to clean it up.
And with more than 5 Republicans voting with the other side, the speakership is now open.
The real problems of real Americans will get ignored for weeks while D.C. politicians play middle school games about terrible personal grudges. Matt Gaetz needs to quit being a chaos agent.
All proceedings of the House are now on pause until Republicans elect a new speaker. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you to Rebecca Castor for that breakdown of the biggest news of the day, no doubt down there. And you did hear some of the former speaker's remarks in her report that we just played. However, I want to play some more of those remarks in full. He spoke at length after officially being ousted from his position as Speaker of the House. Let's get to some of those, and we will also put in a watch box on the side that active shooter situation going on down in Maryland as we wait for police to take to the podium and provide new details in that case.
Good evening, all. You know, President Abraham Lincoln once said, "I'm an optimist because I don't see any other way." If you ever come to my office, you'll see the portraits of Lincoln and Reagan. And I firmly believe if Reagan gave us advice, he would say, if you believe your principles bring people greater freedom, you should be happy about it. I've always been excited that I've been a happy conservative. But I've always believed that I've been so fortunate to be an American. My journey to this office was something people wouldn't understand. I grew up in a town of Bakersfield, California, the son of a firefighter, the grandson of immigrants. Parents worked hard, the youngest in my family. Didn't have great wealth, and got out of high school, I didn't have great grades. Couldn't get a scholarship, went to community college. Flipped cars to try to pay my way through it. Went to visit some buddies away in college for a weekend, stopped at the grocery store to cash a check, and I won the lottery. One of the first in California. It was before Biden economics. It was only 5,000, but it went much further back then. Took my folks to dinner, put the majority of the rest of the money into the stock market, and did pretty well. The next semester, I took a break from school. I went to buy a franchise, but no one said they would sell me one, because I was only 20 years old. But I learned then never to give up. So I opened my own business.
I always take
sandwiches.
you guys with me. I don't trust you,
3 things I
motherfuckers.
learned. First to work, last to leave, last to be paid. I wanted to finish my college degree. At that time, no one in my family had finished a 4-year degree. I did pretty well. I now had enough money that I could pay my way through school as long
Let's
as I
see
went
if
to
there's
Cal
somebody
State.
else covering the...
So I sold my business, going to school. I opened up the local paper and said, be a summer intern in Washington, D.C. with my local congressman. I did not know this man, but I thought he'd be lucky to have me, so I applied. And you know what he did? He turned me down. But you want to know the end of the story? I got elected to a seat I couldn't get an internship for. I ended up being the 55th Speaker of the House. One of the greatest honors.
I don't see
loved
any
every
other
minute.
live streams.
The one thing I will tell you is,
no worry.
doing the right thing isn't always easy, but it is necessary. I don't regret standing
Looks like Fox
up to
is the only
choosing
person that
government
has it right now, so
over grievance.
we'll have to deal with
It
McCarthy.
is my responsibility. It is my job. I do not regret negotiating.
Oh,
Our
okay.
government is designed to find compromise. I don't regret my efforts to build coalitions and find solutions. I was raised to solve problems, not create them. So I may have lost a vote today, but as I walk out of this chamber, I feel fortunate to have served the American people.
Yeah, the only one I see
I
is
leave
Fox.
the speakership with a sense of pride, accomplishment, and yes, optimism. From the day I entered politics, my mission has always been to make tomorrow better than today. I fought for what I believe in, and I believe in this country of America.
Let's see if Twitter
My
has
goals
anything.
have not changed.
X.
My ability to fight is just in a different form. You need 218. Unfortunately, 4% of our conference can join all the Democrats and dictate who can be the Republican Speaker in this House. I don't think that rule is good for the institution, but apparently.
Breaking. One of his first acts as acting House Speaker Representative Patrick McHenry has ordered Representative Nancy Pelosi to vacate her Capitol hideaway office by Wednesday.
You
Good.
underestimated me or not, I wanted to do it with a smile. I grew to enjoy you.
This is
even
a
on your toughest days and questions.
historically
I could
black
always tell what
college
day it
or
was based upon your
university.
question.
HBCU.
Monday, you would ask if I could pass the bill. Tuesday was whether the rule would pass. Wednesday was the greatest challenge ever to my speakership. And Thursday, when we passed the bill, you didn't think it was a very big deal. And it all started again on Friday.
Here, instead of watching McCarthy, let's at least watch what Gaetz has to say about it while we're waiting for the presser.
If you were to move forward, if there were to be any kind of agreement, what would that look like and what would you need to see from the speaker at this moment?
I think the die is cast based on the motion I just filed. I think the
I watch
time
rugby,
for that discussion would have been over the last
every once in a
several
while.
weeks. But instead, we saw the speaker continuing to, I mean, the speaker did not just fail to remediate the breach of the agreement he made with us in January, he accelerated the instances of breach. Like, after I laid out the breach, he went and violated the 72-hour rule. After I laid out the breach, he violated
still
the
be
$100 million
third in line for the
no amendment
presidency.
suspension rule. So he seems to be reverting to the very
No, that
unfortunate
wasn't
muscle
a-
memory of Washington, D.C. that has put our nation atop a $33 trillion
It wasn't
debt,
a satire
that has led
account.
to,
That's
$2 trillion
usually a
annual
really
deficits in our
accurate
near
and really
future,
good account.
And the rapid global de-dollarization of the economy. When you look at the BRICS system, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they're moving away from the dollar. And just in August, they added 6 new countries, including G20 economies in the Western Hemisphere and Gulf monarchies. Moreover, you saw U.S. News say that the #1 economic trend of 2023 is de-dollarization globally. This worries me. You all get all worked up that there's going to be some uncomfortable, chaotic moment that I'll feel pressure from conservatives or Democrats or whomever. I feel the judgment of history. I feel the weight of that. I worry that when the history books are written about this country going down, that my name is going to be on the board of directors here. And if this country's going down, and if we're losing the dollar, I am going down fighting.
Should be right
And I don't
behind
care if
heels
that
up,
means fighting Republicans,
Harris.
Democrats, the Uniparty, the leadership, the PACs, the lobbyists. I've had it. I've been here 7 years. We don't have a budget. We haven't had one since the mid-90s. I am through with it. I apologize for using that word, but the only path forward here is to have single subject spending bills that can be reviewed, amended, considered, and I think that is the responsible way that our legislatures all over this country operate for good reason.
Mr. Gaetz, how many Republicans do you have with you in the
How do you
House?
respond to Kevin McCarthy's claim that this is payback for an ethics investigation?
I am the most investigated man in the United States Congress. I have been cleared by the FBI, the DOJ, the Federal Elections Commission by a 5-0 vote. It seems that the Ethics Committee's interest in me waxes and wanes based on my relationship with the Speaker. I believe that Speaker McCarthy is trying to signal to the Ethics Committee to pursue me. When I gave my Sunday interviews yesterday, indicating that I intended to file this motion to vacate Speaker McCarthy, hours did not pass before Republicans and members of the Ethics Committee were backgrounding reporters that they wanted to expel me from the United States Congress for bringing a motion to vacate under the rules that we negotiated in January after Kevin McCarthy broke his word. They want to expel me for Congress from that. So, you know what? I'm built for the battle. I face down tougher than these folks, and I'll do it again.
Mr. Gaetz, how many
So that's a response from Matt Gaetz. We still have McCarthy on screen. Fucking mouse. I almost bought a corded mouse today because I'm so totally done with this battery powered bullshit. Yeah, I think that actually wasn't asking both. I wasn't sure if he's slamming the gavel in anger or course of fear. In case he never gets to again. Oh, okay. Well, he should remain. He can't conduct official business, but he should remain until there's an elected speaker. So he's like half-assed. So he's kind of like Kevin McCarthy. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Fuck. I don't really want to listen to McCarthy speak again. Yep. Multiple victims reported is what Fox just posted now. Okay. Let me look up some stuff on it. I just don't scroll Twitter because it's a bad idea. See if this works. Oh, that's terrible. That's a terrible video. I have to rearrange that so it looks better. But yeah. Let's see what they have to say on it. Third in line for press. Yep. So. Which could be taken advantage of as far as getting the potato out of the White House and putting up somebody that they want. Keep an eye out for that too, because Speaker doesn't have to be a House member. Oh, fuck you, Newt. This is what Newt has to say as I'm getting to something relevant.
96% of the Republicans voted for McCarthy. 4% voted against him. From my position as a long-time Republican activist, they're traitors. All 8 of them should, in fact, be primaried. They should all be driven out of public life. What they did was to go to the other team to cause total chaos. We ought to be focusing on Biden. We ought to be focusing on the economy. We ought to be focusing on the border. Instead, you're going to get a week or 10 days of the media focusing on Republican disarray.
Hell
It's
yeah.
an astonishing.
Oh, we're back.
Providing
shit.
those updates for
And
their
we're not back.
respected local news outlets. But again, we do want to step away for a quick break. When we come back, more from that live look and that scene out in Baltimore, Maryland, as well as the comments from former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Outside press conference means the danger is gone. Technically, says former reporter. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. We have an update from Raw alerts breaking active shooter at Morgan State University. Multiple injuries reported as shots have been fired from upper floor dorm room window. And of course, this is Baltimore, Maryland. Right. Correct. So it could be somebody completely outside that is not a representative at all. Sorry, I'm trying to look. Trying to look at this other presser to make sure we're not missing anything. Multiple authorities are at the scene confirming their response to an active shooter situation at Morgan State University. Several individuals were reportedly shot inside the food hall, with at least 6 people confirmed injured. Police indicate the possible involvement of 2 gunmen, with shots have been fired from upper floor dorm room window. Law enforcement has issued a shelter-in-place order and is advising everyone to avoid the area. The university is currently on lockdown. Yes. Yes. Oh, there are 3 now? Also could be trample injuries. Okay. Oh, so that was a little bit ago. Update Baltimore has confirmed that there are multiple victims following the shooting at Morgan State University. The shooter still not in custody and still asking students to shelter in place. And as of 32 minutes ago, on Morgan State University shooting, at least 4 students were shot at Morgan State University and are suffering from non-life-threatening injuries. The alleged shooter fled from the dorm building, police said. They're working to clear the dorm and apprehend the suspect. So it sounds like it's still
what
active.
Exactly is going on here? So right now we know that multiple people were shot at Morgan State University. The police department said officers were on scene for a quote active shooter situation on that campus of the historically black university.
I don't think it was used here.
Appeared to match a residential building. And they're also asking everyone in that vicinity to shelter in place and to avoid the area if they are not there currently. A police spokesperson.
God, I hope we're not that far down
Banner,
the rabbit trail.
Which is one of the local news organizations and outlets down there, that at least 4 people were shot. Their conditions were not immediately known, something that we are hoping to get answered with the press conference that we are expecting from Baltimore police any moment now, something that we have continued to monitor out here as we look at these live feeds. And we'll bring it to you as soon as we get it here at Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered, as we usually do. In the meantime, I want to keep on with some of the biggest headlines of the day and continue on with the story that we had right before the break. And of course, that includes former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy officially being ousted from
Nobody
his
cares.
role
We're already past
as
that.
the Speaker
Already
of the
covered
House.
it.
I want to get back to this question and answer portion. He did make some remarks after that vote was official earlier today on Capitol Hill. And as he was taking questions from reporters, it got a bit contentious, a bit heated at some points while he was answering. They're not giving too many plans about his future, but also mentioning that he will not be pursuing Speaker of the House.
Yeah, that might have an opening.
He's not going to be going up for that. But let's get back to some more of those remarks and some of the answers that he gave.
Oh, fuck. No, I don't really care. Can we just be done with Kevin McCarthy? Because I already played this. I would have just done that. But exactly. Right. I'm trying to see if there's any further updates. Maybe we can answer this question. The question posed was, what happened to Tara Reid? Via discretion. GOP representative. She got considerably older. Kind of sucked up. Probably an STD. For being honest. Just in, GOP Representative Troy E. Nellis says he's nominating Donald Trump for Speaker of the House. It's reasonable. Oh, shit. If I can type. There you go. We still have this asshole. I'm looking for any updated information. Shit, Elon's playing Diablo live right now. Oh, his name's turned off. I try and find him. Sorry, I'm just looking for something to cover because I'd like to ultimately have that that press conference before we log out. Yes. 4. 4. Yeah. Shit. Did I really? How do you find old tweets on Twitter? Or old X's, whatever the hell. I can never find where I put it. There we go. Damn it. All right. I'm starting it. I'm rewriting it. There. Still nothing over there. All right, so now we're back to. I already got there. He's a citizen of the United States. He isn't eligible to become president, but he should be eligible to be speaker. I don't fucking pay for. I don't verify my shit. Like I'm not Twitter blue or pink or green or whatever the hell it is now. I got to level 100. I completed everything on the battle pass but Echoes of Lilith. I can't beat her. I've tried. Co-speakers. Yes. Oh, really? Okay. Exactly. Right. Or Ted Cruz, who is the Zodiac Killer, allegedly. But it's allegedly. Morgan State University, Baltimore, multiple people shot. Massive police response. Scene remains active. ATF responding. Police asking concerned family members to avoid the campus area. So this is apparently where it's at. So Hill Fieldhouse. I don't know this university at all. There is a Chick-fil-A, so it's based. And then the Hughes Memorial Stadium and the Edwin Hurt Gymnasium. Police say scene is no longer active. However, shelter-in-place order remains as of 2 minutes ago. That's true. Oh, it would be incredibly interesting. It would be incredibly interesting to see Elon as speaker. It'd almost be worth it. I mean, I'd give it a go. Yes. Hang on. Still trying to. All right, nothing's still there. Still have McCarthy there. Shit. So that's our latest update. Police say the scene is no longer active. Shelter-in-place order remains. That could be because there's deceased individuals. Yeah. True. True. I would fucking destroy people. I would not quit until it was either fixed or very, very broken. If I ever got the opportunity. That's true. Yeah. You don't want to interfere with evidence. It could be deceased. There could be injuries. Well, it was at an HBCU, so it could have been. We still have McCarthy. Here's another wonderful thing on X. Caption this. They even put the bubble in for you. I don't condone that behavior, but if you want to, tag me in it. I'll retweet it. And that looks like it's still... As of 3 minutes ago, GOP Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said she supports Donald Trump for House Speaker. True. Okay. We're back to...
From the situation down there in Baltimore. What was an active shooter is no longer. Take a look at this tweet from Baltimore PD. It says BPD officials are now confirming that this incident is no longer considered an active shooter situation. Everyone is still asked to shelter in place. A media briefing will occur soon. And of course, that stage is set. We have been monitoring this feed for a while now. As you see, mic stands there set up for that media briefing happening soon, hopefully, within our time up here on the desk, so we can get you all of those details on that very scary situation. But again, we're going to step away for our final break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. Live now from Fox.
It was a news
right
report quoting her. It wasn't... I didn't see it on her Twitter. It was just a news report quoting her, so... From leading report, breaking: Donald Trump says he is willing to serve as Speaker of the House, according to sources close to the former president. Sources tell Hannity an effort has been started to draft President Trump as the next Speaker of the House. Look at that fucking... Look at his huge hands. I know somebody else with huge hands. And there's the magic gavel that we're going to send to end the war in Ukraine. Let's fucking get it. I know, they're huge hands. Huge hands. All right, so since shit. As soon as I go to something else, they're gonna be back and go to that fucking hearing or the conference. I know it. I know. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. I think that our best bet is President Trump in the White House. But could he? I mean, so
now, shooter on campus, no longer an active.
definitely the
situation,
president,
however,
because they can issue
according to
executive
Baltimore
orders.
police,
But
we have been monitoring
the speaker's a
this
hell of a
scene.
position of
BBC
power right
mics
now,
set up
especially to
there, so
check
we
Joey.
are expecting an update from PD down there in Baltimore very soon, and that is according to their latest tweet. I want to pull it up here. As you can see, it says BPD officials are now confirming that this incident is no longer considered an active shooter situation. Everyone is still asked to shelter in place.
He
Immediate
could be,
briefing
yeah.
will occur soon. Another look down there on the ground, a bit of a shaky look, but of course, this feed is coming to us live, raw, and unfiltered, but it really shows you just how active a police presence we have at this moment, even though this is no longer considered an active shooter situation. Right now, you see so many law enforcement vehicles, a shot of the sky, of course, but the photographer on the ground trying to get the best look to really capture the scene down there. And then that building that you see in this shot right now is the residential building where police first responded to when they got the call of those shots being fired. So right now, the questions that we're hoping to get answered during that press briefing include who the suspects were involved, if there were multiple suspects. We do know that 4 people were shot. We don't know the conditions that they're in, so we're hoping to learn that as well. And people are being told to avoid this area, to shelter in place if they're nearby. Again, even though this is no longer an active shooter situation, there's still a heavy police presence there. Very preliminary stages of this investigation at the moment. So we're going to continue to monitor the latest and bring it to you here at Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, want to get back to the biggest story of the day, and that was, of course, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy ousted from that speaker's position after a vote from the House today. Let's get back to that Q&A portion that he had with reporters.
They're just trying to... Of course it is. Yeah. It's true. No. No, it does not. All right, so I thought this was interesting because we've already watched Kevin. So this is controlled opposition. I mean, Fox News, calling Gaetz a traitor. Are you surprised? Oh yeah, I have a ton of questions, and likely they probably won't answer any of them, but I'm hopeful. So kind of holding out for that presser.
First of all, we're without a speaker. This is historic. Something like this hasn't happened in well over 100 years. And now what we've got is total chaos when the Republicans are playing out their infighting on national television in a historic way instead of fighting Joe Biden's policies. The one time we are up in virtually every metric as it relates to the Biden administration, you've got the Republicans going out there and showing how dysfunctional they are as Matt Gaetz is engaging in fundraising. And I got to tell you something. I am furious. There's no question that this is something that they have been trying to do for almost 9 months that McCarthy's been speaker. And the truth is that they've done a lot in Congress. They've gotten a lot of bills passed. The fact that the Senate doesn't want to take them. They've done a lot in terms of oversight. And, you know, now you've got the Democrats. This is a crazy thing. Democrats who hate the MAGA Republicans are now joining with the MAGA Republicans to oust Speaker McCarthy. This is like the devil is in the middle of all of this chaos.
I'll get to that in just
and Donald Trump is right.
here.
Why are the Republicans fighting with each other like this?
Shut up. So this might be around 5 people shot and 3 suspected shooters. No longer an active shooter situation, but definitely police activity. Media briefing is supposed to be coming shortly. Well, thank you. Thank you for the update. No, he has little teeny hands. Teeny boy hands. Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, you're making it sound better and better. Making it sound better and better.
Nazi fags.
Nails on chalkboard. I like Gutfeld. Or I liked Gutfeld. I just can't do Fox anymore. I can't. I wish I could. I just can't anymore.
Nine.
That's what I say to Fox. It's still the only thing I watch if I watch any mainstream news. But to go out of my way like I used to, nah. Not anymore. Fiery, why we have 3 seconds? Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to do, so. It was a mostly peaceful plane crash. Fucking do your part then, Light Rain. Like, what are you waiting for? Oh, CNN's garbage. I'd like to use it every once in a while just to, 1, show how ridiculous it is, and 2, because it's good to get information from other sources. If we just echo chamber ourselves, it becomes a dangerous proposition. Ah. Fiery, I had some information for you too, sweetheart. Let me know how it feels to get your ass kicked this weekend. End of comment. I'm still not getting anything. Let me see. We'll leave that up when looking for any new information. I don't get it. I mean, I know a couple people too, but I don't get why. It couldn't be from a shot or anything. Definitely not. Just looking for any more information. Yes. Yeah, and it's the same thing. It's just hate and echo chamber rhetoric. So there's nothing to be gained there. Shit. Like as soon as I'm like, all right, we're gonna call it, then it will come up. I still don't see any movement. I'm still listening to McCarthy. Do. I can't. Speaking of, Josh. Yeah, I've been on Jessica's. I used to go on there every week, every Friday for game night. Jessica's my girl. We talk all the time. Make America America again? Well, allegedly. So anyways, back to why do you ask, Ghostry? Just curious. I think Jessica's actually the first person to ever actually have me on. Now that I'm thinking about it. Speaking of, back to that. I'm just trying to fill time, yo. But speaking of that, I cannot read this, and you know that. But I encourage you guys to, and I'll leave it up for a minute. I just can't read it. I can't even substitute enough words. Oh, okay. I mean, that's what I want to see the comments to that tweet. Yeah. Let me see if I can figure it out. PR shirts. Let's see if I can find her account. The things I do for you guys. Go to it. Yeah. Let's see. I found the account. I'm just looking for. Well, she reposted this from the China perspective. We just go to fireworks drone shows this year. They're way cooler and don't give every dog in the city PTSD. So she's China sympathizer. Oh, this is gold. I have to put out there, nobody harass Mrs. Penny, Mr. Penny, Z Penny. But time to email student loan providers and let them know they can refuse to accept my gay money. I didn't know money was gay. Exactly. Exactly. I know. It's all Ozzy's fault. Alright, I'm gonna slowly scroll. I hate doing that, but like, I don't see it at all. Oh, yes. I told you it was your fault. When it first happened. Never would have done this if it wasn't for you, bud. Okay, so we have an update.
I don't know how this person was injured or if they were injured as a result of that shooter, a situation happening earlier today. No longer an active shooter on that campus, but that's an investigation is still ongoing. And we are waiting for more details from police. They are set to give us a presser later on tonight. This is a feed that's coming into us live, raw. It is unfiltered, and you can see that this person being loaded on to this ambulance. There are a number of first responders down there, no doubt treating whatever victims were caught in this very scary situation.
Oh, you wait. There's more.
Podium, the mic stand set up where we are still waiting for Baltimore police.
Okay, they're still waiting, so we can keep going. I want to piss on the walls on your house. We need a Bond girl with a dick. Gross. She likes a Star Wars story. Oh no. This is fantastic. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Before one of her friends. I gotta show you this. Yeah. Yeah. I will. Give me a second. Sophia Buff Girlfriend is one of her friends. Bush League Slut, Shitpost Hobbyist, an NSFW account. I probably just got on another list, one that I don't want to be on for following that. Thanks, guys. Or going on to it. I didn't follow it. I have to find the Bond Girl one, so she's gonna be happy. What are you trying to tell of us? Perfect from Libs of TikTok. Penny said the clap part out loud. Okay, good. Do you think the statement is strange take? Some would say suspicious. Self-owned P didn't close the @ yet. I'm here for the comments. So are we, Jason. So are we. What the seriously? This is the worst hot take ever. Oh, that gay show, Law Patrol? That was gayest name ever. Tremendous self-own. Because oh. And we do understand, hence the new bill. I know. I checked that one first because I was terrified. You need to check your phone and hard drive. Can we get a hard drive check on aisle 1, please, and bring the wood chipper just in case? All right, my favorite one. Now I have to find that other one. It was down a little bit further. There you go, Cheese. You just got me banned from Twitter. Thank you. And probably YouTube.
Everyone is still asked to shelter in place. A media briefing will occur soon. Now, this was posted some time ago. They said media briefing soon. So hopefully we're just closer to that time where we get new developments and more details of this. I know that a lot of people are monitoring our feeds right now, hoping to get the latest answers. And so are we here at Live Now from Fox. A police spokesperson did say that multiple victims suffered non-life-threatening injuries. And another spokesperson, Vernon Davis, telling the Baltimore Banner, a local news organization down there, that at least 4 people...
All right, buddy. Have a good night. I'm waiting for this press conference that's never coming. So probably going to call it soon if it doesn't show up pretty quick.
To be careful if they are in that vicinity. We did see some people walking around earlier today asking law enforcement questions. There was a bit of traffic, but right now it really seems to have cleared out. Police have really gotten a handle on just closing down.
I just went and looked again, like down further.
Hear from a city council member down there in Baltimore, Odette Ramos. It reads, there is an active shooter situation at Morgan State University. Students and staff are ordered to shelter in place, and the public should avoid the area. We will send updates, but again, no longer an active shooter situation, according to this, the latest tweet from Baltimore.
I think it's a hottie of the day thing.
Everyone is still asked to shelter in place, and that media briefing will...
Hello, Jessica. Damn it. One of the two.
So we also have this other information from the AP. Also, they corroborate all of this. They're also on the ground there working to get the details, and we bring them to you here. They say the shooting happened.
All right, what I'm looking at's in Discord now.
A week of activities ahead of the school's homecoming game this Saturday.
Under
Mr. and Ms.
hottie of the day.
Scheduled for Tuesday night.
Where the hell did it go?
So that was tonight, I'm assuming, at the Murphy Fine Arts Center, one of the areas the school urged people to avoid. And I'm reading here, they had spoken with some people that were on campus there saying that they got text messages, alerts from the local law enforcement telling them about the active shooter that was in this area around 2 hours ago, to avoid the area, shelter in place. Here is another vantage point that we have from the ground down there, and we see a lot of...
Did I get to the woodland photo? No, I stopped.
Walking through that campus.
I stopped at the one
university, and we also see
with the tape on the nips that looked like...
to work out those details and provide them to us here. Once we do get that feed up and running, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do.
Look like what the topic was talking about that we were commenting on, or reading the comments on. I'll leave it
For the
there.
last couple of hours, which is continue to bring you these live feeds, but also the biggest story of the day. Former House Speaker McCarthy ousted from his leadership position over there in the House of Representatives. Let's get to the final comments as he was taking those questions from reporters earlier today.
He said Europeans wouldn't want it. I said, well, why don't we sell them to them now and keep them in Poland then? Didn't think that was right. And I fear of making the same mistake twice and sending the wrong message.
Tag Dazzer, tag D's,
More Americans are dying on the southern border than are dying.
tag Cheese,
Each and every day, a
Aussie.
billion of Americans crash from fentanyl.
That's good.
And I don't understand how the White House continues to.
Sorry, it's in there now.
And I've been upfront from the very beginning what I would say.
It didn't
If you have any
upload
plans
correctly
on
because
Ukraine,
it was a J5.
we got to do something with the border. I was joking. They're all right. Well, you know, one of the things when I was running for speaker, that said I couldn't get involved in primaries. But I told the conference I'm a free agent now, aren't I? I think I'm pretty good at electing people.
Yeah, but I'm good.
You know, I was thinking about that. It's been a long, long time.
Judge issued Trump a gag order? Wow.
I spoke to him last. You know, I've worked with a couple different presidents.
All right, I'm convinced this is not happening. I'm doing news on Thursday. We'll catch up on it. So I'm tired. It's been a long fucking day. Digger, I told you it was not good. So, that's going to be it for me. McCarthy's out as speaker. It'll be interesting to see why is Fox looping that microphone shot? I think they just have it static until they see some movement. But as always, thank you for stopping by. I may or may not stream tomorrow. I'll let you guys know. Maybe pick up the original stream tomorrow that I was going to do today. If not, I'll see you on Thursday for news roundup for the week. Thanks for watching as always, and I will catch you guys all very, very. What the fuck, Ozzy? You bastard! All right. I will catch you all very, very soon. Have a good night, everybody. Fuck you, Ozzy.